measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Level Playing Poem, Smith Tools and Purchase, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. With that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Pardon, Neil?
Refracted to you bright and early.
Hey, John.
Hey, how y'all doing?
I'm right. Little bit delayed. The LC needed an update, and there was a load of traffic on the way home from a homeschool class. Other than that, pretty good. How are you?
I would complain if I thought it helped.
Everything is roses.
Well, there's no one in Discord yet, so probably because I hadn't scheduled a show till now.
Maybe people stop coming all together when they realize there's not an argument here. The
No.
places,
They'll still come. They want the argument. You can tell them there's no argument a million times.
yeah, but when you shut the argument down every time they try to have it, they're eventually going to get frustrated and leave.
Maybe. But I no longer think we should mention any of these morons by name anymore. Because they're wearing it as a badge. Oh, you mentioned me 75 times. I must be getting to you. No, moron, we're just laughing at how many times and you still can't address one point. What's that
that's all-
point that they can't address, John?
I do semi-agree with them, though, Neil. I mean, that's why I directed you to that Thomas Sheridan video when he was talking about the opposite of love is hate. But it isn't the opposite. It's on the same plane, right? It's very similar deal. Whereas apathy, very much the opposite of love. If somebody's just dead to you, and you no longer talk about them.
Right, but we talk about the shows. It's about the shows, not about the people. They make it about the people. But I'm not even going to talk about the shows. When this show happens, it's over. Because I don't want them having any relevancy, because they don't.
Go and find my watch. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, I've put it down. I need to keep it because it's not on the screen. Lock is gone. Back in a minute. Keep the conversation going, hopefully.
Yeah, the fact that then you get a message like they dog Nathan, like they can't handle the points that Nathan's making. So it's you hang out with a guy who says this, that, calls people this, calls people that. It's nothing to do with the person. Address the points that he put to you. We're talking about measurements here.
I used to be a little bit harsher on Nathan until I actually spoke to some Globers. And I was like, oh, he's got the patience of a saint.
That's what you find out. That's that one guy found out. He came and I always forget his name, but he was like, you got to be calm. You got to be flying off the handle until he went into the debate. And then this is back when there was debates going on. Then he quickly realized, I understand what's happening now. Yeah. So this is what I answered with, and this is the last time I'll mention it 75 times. I said 80. Now we're just laughing at how bad you performed and how you never addressed the points being made. Like sea level. And I threw something in there, and all of this is happening pre-book. Wait till the book drops.
Well, I think the point of they need to answer is, why are you utilizing a plane of reference if you don't believe it's a plane?
Yeah, that's what I mean by sea level. Exactly.
Well, the language is a little bit messed up because a plane of reference doesn't have to be horizontal, because you can have ecliptic planes, right? The the fact that the Earth is the plane of reference, though, that means it is flat. It has to be for any of their suppositional or presuppositional mechanics to work.
Yeah, like distance. As soon as they mention distance, it's all over.
Exactly. Distance.
Rotation, because rotation requires a plane of reference. And when you're talking about rotation of the stars, you have to put yourself on the plane of reference because that's where you're observing them from. And then describe the tilt of the celestial sphere with respect to the equatorial plane and putting you on an ecliptic plane out of phase with the equatorial plane. It's a lot of mental gymnastics.
And the whole time, if you're a glober, you're inside the globe, never on it.
Well, you're inside the tool that measures the angles to the stars. So you can't be inside the globe. You can create a globe around you at radius 3959, right? But saying you're inside the globe isn't even that correct.
You know what I freaking mean?
I mean, well, you're right. I mean, that's how I phrased it up until now. But it's just thinking about it. It's like I'm almost offering them a get out and a way of begging the question when I say it in that way, aren't I? Because they're just on a plane. Like John just described it. John's better phrasing it than I am. You're just on a plane. You're just acquiring angles from a plane. There's no inner globe about it.
Yeah, but he just brought up rotation and all this other stuff in their mind. They're on a globe, but you can't be on a globe. You have to be on the reference, and that's inside. But I understand exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, they're trying to take your reference plane away from what you experience and claim that it's inside of a ball. You know, it's well, then you're not referencing that. You know what I mean? It's like a shell game with words.
Yeah, they've made it just complicated enough for most people to not consider it or care about it. That is to say, you won't want to look into it because it's cognitively expensive to do so and unnecessary. You're given the assurances that it's already been figured out by science, therefore you don't need to worry about it or look into it either. If you have it challenged, you're indoctrinated in such a way that you will immediately want to defend it and, in a ham-handed way, attempt to explain it poorly. You'll look into it and there'll be a surface-level explanation that you also probably won't fully understand when you look into it. And the further you go down that path, the more you're required to lie to people like us. So the whole premise of being on a ball in their mind is having a drop with respect to a distance. The distance is flat. So you need a flat plane to express this belief. But you only can get to that sort of consistency after 10 years of doing this, right? To be able to summarize it in such a fashion takes, for me, or anybody like me, a long time because you've been indoctrinated into believing that you're on a sphere. So you've got to untrain that stuff. If it was any other subject that you had no interest in, it would be far simpler and quicker to get to the conclusions. But because you've already got a preconceived notion about what you're considering, you've got to overcome that first. Hence, everybody goes to the "we're not on a ball" first, because they're trying to mentally wrap their head around dealing with their precognition rather than their new investigation. Does that make sense?
Yep. And that's Jin's point, if you think about it.
What's his point?
Well, many people think we're on a ball. That's how we were indoctrinated. Takes many years to unwrap that.
But they were also taught that the measurements are planar. They all know that.
Yeah, but come on now. Nobody was putting that together until now.
Irrelevant.
John, how are we supposed to freaking figure that out? At freaking 9 years old, 10 years old. You're totally trusting in what you're being taught. And when they put you up in space, third planet from the sun, they're your teachers. You are trusting them. I say this all the time. The same teachers that taught you arithmetic, reading comprehension, history, well, that's a little, we don't know much about history. Get into this argument every night with my son about history. We trust them. Why is the teacher going to tell you something different? You're not putting it together that, all right, so when you're going through geography, I don't even know what class that was under. I never had a geography class.
Did you not have a geography class?
No, it was named something else.
It would have been social studies.
Yes, social studies, that's it. That's where it fell under. Where they taught you where you lived and they brought you to the globe there too.
Social studies? What?
Yeah, social studies covers part of history and geography, where you live, where the people in the UK live, and that's all done around the globe, if I remember correctly.
All right. So when I say you learn about it in geography class, oh, you learn geography and social studies class in the States. I did not know that.
Well,
And
if
it's like-
you progress further on in your education, they separate them. But they don't have geography anymore per se. Some schools still do, but most of them have gone to a social studies hybrid of geography and a form of like psychology for the masses, I guess.
Maybe it's the same here. I mean, I had a different education to most people. I was privately educated. So often when I assume incorrectly, it's a bit like the opponents on Friday. I think it might have even been Bev. It's like, well, I've only ever heard you talk about it. It's like, so in his mind, being the centre of the universe that everybody is, not to, to take it back away from Bev, is it's reasonable to think that what you've experienced is similar to what everyone else has experienced, right? Well, in the case of school, my experience was very different to other people's. So I'll have to inquire with other Brits. It's like, what would you call that class where you learn about, I don't know, isobars and mapping and things like that? Because that, to me, is the geography class. Maybe it was different for other people in the UK.
Definitely geography.
Oh, well, there we go. So you had a geography class. But that was when it was GCSEs, right? Not GCSEs, when it was GCEs or O-levels. Did you do O-levels, GCEs, or GCSEs?
It was O-level and CSEs.
That's what I meant. CSE. Did I say that correctly? CSEs.
You added a G in, I think.
I say GCEs. I meant CSEs. I knew what I meant.
Yeah,
the one that preceded GCSEs but followed after O-levels. But geography is what we all learn in it. So I would have thought I'd have been corrected by now. No, we all learn geography in England. It's just not a worldwide subject matter when you're in high school. For a lot of other people, it's not geography, it's social studies. Expanding into geography when they separate it out into history. Like, how does history and mapping get... I don't know why I even asked that question. As soon as it crossed my lips, the answer was obvious. It's because it's both, like I described yesterday, propagandized in the same fashion. Both the history and the geography.
How are you?
All right. A little bit flustered because I'm behind schedule. So on the way to my class today, there was a whole load of road closures. And diverting on the way back. Still delayed me. And then when I got back, there was lots of things to do with the kids. The wife's literally just got out the door minutes before the live stream started, which isn't normally the case. It does mean I got a hot cup of coffee, though. Normally it's long cold. So I'm delighted to have a nice hot cup of coffee right next to me. In the pre-show, we were discussing the necessity for a plane of reference, and I was suggesting that it's perhaps almost too kind to them to suggest that you're in a ball, because some of the diagrammatical examples that I put up on screen that are derived from ball believers' utilisation of a flat plane has obviously given some people the impression that that's my claim. It's like, nah, I'm not making any measurements. And the more that time elapses, the less I'm inclined to, the less I care. It's like, if everybody's measuring it flat, why on earth would I need to? Other than to give people who want to put a false dichotomy together, where there's a belief in a ball versus a belief in a flat earth, the ball being represented by people who say flat earthers are wrong, and the flat earth being represented by people who talk about 9/11 and Sandy Hook and moon landing hoaxes quite a lot. In other words, neither are actually about the subject that would be taught to people in the States in the social studies class and in the UK in the geography class. And in universities worldwide, presumably in the geography class, we didn't get that far in the discussion. But nevertheless, why would it be upon me to measure anything? If we're all measuring it flat, regardless of our belief, then we're all measuring it flat. So that means it falls under that age-old category, which I absolutely love. If everybody does a little, I don't have to do anything at all. So I won't be measuring anything. I don't need to. It's already been done.
But why is it being taught in social studies? That's weird to me. Like, I'm reading up on it now, and it's not. It's only when you get into high school that you start to learn world geography. Kindergarten through 8, it's in social studies.
I mean, I'm more than content to keep it in the geography class if it does get taught as a geography subject in high school by, for everybody, generally speaking, in what I'm going to call the Western world education. I appreciate that style of education is probably more worldwide than it's hinted at by me when I suggest it's just us and you, as in the UK and the States. I would suggest that it's just the Western world style education that isn't just given to English speakers. It doesn't matter where you are anymore. Everybody has the universal one world religion taught to them. And if you don't know what the one world religion is, you're obviously new here, because it's heliocentrism. That is the one world religion. But the one world religion also requires Earth be measured flat. Mapping, charting the world in general is a flat Earth process, and then dealing with the surface that you've measured and charted is a flat Earth endeavour, like remaining in parallel flight with the ground or sailing with respect to the angles that you measure for navigation, GPS. Everything is utilising Cartesian systems and coordinates that have been both derived from flat Earth measurements and are utilising flat Earth measurements after the fact. Again, if everybody does a little, I don't have to do anything. How frivolous it makes this tracking the sun that we did 10 years ago, or however many years ago it was now. How frivolous that now seems. Like, again, I use myself, why be self-deprecating when I can use Simon Dan? I'm sure Dan, in his mind, thinks that what he did this year, last year, I can't even remember, when he went and measured elevation angles to the sun with the use of 1,000 participants from his audience, in his mind, I can totally relate to how he will have been feeling. Like, what he's doing is really important and special when he measures Earth flat 1,000 times. But other than me being the one that actually gets to utilise it to make a point about how flat Earth is, what purpose did it serve? Now, for me, that's the same useless purpose that he's getting out of it. When I utilise the same thing, like I was saying on yesterday's show, it doesn't make any difference if I say this. It's still going to be measured flat regardless. So literally, other than the us versus them false dichotomy that we found ourselves arguing within the last 10 years, it served no purpose. Tracking the sun on a flat Earth served no purpose. It was utterly useless in an endeavour. It was just a folly. And likewise, Simon Dan's measuring of a flat surface with elevation angles is equally as big a folly. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't gain any experience for anybody in any area whatsoever. It doesn't advance humanity a single iota. It's not doing anything for anybody, is it? Other than enabling us, me, the people around me, to fight them. So suddenly there's a separation. And I'm glad that over the period I've stuck to my guns and put my flat Earth hat to one side and put my YouTube hat on and commended people like Simon Dan. If you can go out and make a living from this, then great. Then I'm jealous. Good for you. As opposed to, you're my enemy, I wish badly upon you. I definitely don't want to do that. I mean, there are definitely people on the opposing side who do that towards me. I hear about it regularly. But I'm glad that I haven't taken that approach, because there's a way of keeping people under control, which is keeping you fighting amongst yourselves. And we've fell victim to it as flat earthers. Now, I'm identifying the flat earthers as the conspiracy group that we are, me included, and saying you are no different to your enemy. So I can't remember who it was that's been chatting with me about the Friday show, and I'll credit them if I remember. I can't at the moment. But someone was pointing out, love thy neighbour. You shouldn't be feeling a hatred for the people who are on the perceived opposite side of this discussion, because there isn't one. We're all on the same team. We're all measuring Earth the same way, regardless of our beliefs after the fact. So it might be the case that you believe that there was thermite or a guided energy weapon from the sky when it comes to a certain type of conspiracy that's put out there, while another man thinks it's actually lots of men that, their passports blow out of planes that were definitely there. You know what I mean? And those people, they're not your enemy. They've just got a different belief to you. But belief is all it's really about, and it's alleged within a societal structure that everybody's entitled to their belief. Yet we're all set against each other fighting about them, aren't we? Meanwhile, Earth continues to be flat. It continues to be measured that way, charted that way, mapped that way, flown that way, sailed that way, built on that way. regardless of us fighting amongst ourselves, achieving nothing. So what will we get if we continue the way we are on the path that we are preordained to be on? We've been brought along this path from conspiracy for flat earthers. From the other side, it's been from Dweebville. But we're on that path and now we're fighting each other for what? So we can grow old and die and then the process can repeat for the next generation. Sod that. Go ahead.
Are we fighting?
Yeah, for the last 10 years, we've been spending our time fighting against it. In the pre-show, I was talking about your apathy that you should hold for the people you're saying you ignore, but when it's highlighted to you that you've discussed them repeatedly. That would be the perception of an enemy. And they're not. They're just people. And they're people with a different belief to you, but is not everybody entitled to their belief? Especially when we all use the same measurements to achieve different beliefs in this instance when referring to Earth's geography.
What belief do I hold?
Exactly.
You held a belief prior to now. Us, we are now moving into the exception to the rule. Us personally, this company now. You, me, and the gatepost.
Nathan changes every other week, John. We got to keep up.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I love about this subject. It is not only evergreen, right? It's just geography. Now, when I considered flat Earth as the evergreen subject, it turns out now it's just geography. But geography is an evergreen subject, absolutely without question. I just didn't know that that would be the way I would be pivoting into YouTube on a subject that I had, past tense, no experience in. You know, I thought I'd start a computer channel or something. I mean, it was hi-fi prior. I thought computers is something I was interested in. That's where I thought I would branch into. And it's an interest that I've held. You know, even one of the panel members is a guy who runs a computer shop. It is definitely an interest of mine, having been brought up with computers. My folks ran a computer shop when I was a kid. Computers is something I've been with for the majority of my life. So what do I cover on YouTube? Geography.
So you should name it Welcome to Flat Earth Geography.
I mean, the subject will remain the title of the show until there is no perception of a debate. That is to say, while I've been trying to justify it as just a namesake, no, it's a realistic title. So we can say there is no debate in reality. That is to say, with respect to how Earth is measured, there is literally no debate, right? We all measure Earth flat. So go back and listen to Friday's show. As much as my persona is, I'll break your nose if you talk through me in person, because that is the attitude that I would take towards that person when they've got their internet brave pills. But during the process, what you'll hear is people who have to lie to themselves when they try to utilise flat Earth prerequisites to infer that they're on a ball. Drop over distance. Distance measurement's a flat Earth measurement. There's no getting away from this. Now, I can sit here in complete contentment that I'm never going to have to measure any distance of anything ever. But do I need to infer that, no, we can measure distance with a trundle wheel over hills and then diagrammatically represent a curve? Giving you the curve? The drop over the distance from the curve with a trundle wheel gives you the curve? I'm going to go with no. But the people who have to do those sorts of mental acrobatics are in a lot of pain. We've already covered this many times on previous shows. But not only are they in a lot of pain, they're willing to lie to themselves. Now, we say it's lying to their audience, and it's not. It's always lying to yourself in this particular subject matter through cognitive dissonance. So again, I've got to love my neighbour and think it's a shame. I should feel more sorrow for them than I do. You know, my general demeanour on the Friday show was one of, you adenoidal, irritating pricks that got bullied at school don't deserve our attention. And they do. They're our neighbours. They're just people. They might have come to this subject via the dweeb route rather than the conspiracy route. But so what? They're just people.
Could it be that they're just wrong, Nathan?
They are just wrong about their belief in a ball, because the ball that they believe in is derived from the measurements of the surface, and the surface is measured flat. So yes, they're wrong, but so were we for the last, let's say, 5 years prior to the midpoint of flat Earth debate.
Right.
So were we. We had a belief in a flat Earth Why? Well, because you can't survive in space. How can a tin can go in an orbital motion in a sky vacuum? Because the distance that we see to the horizon's too far. Now we go, distance, that's flat. Altitude to the sky, that's flat. That's a perpendicular measurement from sea level. All of these prerequisites are all I ever hear now. And it chills me out. I'm like, I can put the big act on and pretend like I'd be breaking people's noses. I had to say this as a disclaimer after the fact. No, I wouldn't. Like I said to Neil yesterday, I've seen the inside of police cells and often enough to know how to behave when I'm actually in public. So it is all bravado. A few people pointed out in the comments, like, yeah, you're playing the big man too. Like, yeah. I did disclaim that during the live show when someone asked me about being a failed actor.
You're not going to let people talk to you that way and bring up your kids in a conversation. If you're face to face, that don't happen. And the other thing is, yes, when we came to understand that we're on a flat plane of reference, the penny dropped. So my question is, are they just wrong, or are they just willfully being blind? Because there's no way that they cannot comprehend what's being put to them.
But it scares them. It's always fear. You just forget how you were fear bombed with this subject when you were on the ball. That's what it boils down to. Their fear of not being on a ball leads them to behave the way that they do and lie to themselves. So again, it's back to cognitive dissonance and brainwashing. We're talking about the devil's work. But don't blame the player, blame the game. All this ever was, it was a game the whole time. A game to keep us at loggerheads with our fellow man. So, now that we know the truth, and as much as people who we spoke to on Friday are just a silly little group of people that are separate from the rest of what we have called ballers. So those people are a very small minority, the ones that are willing to lie overtly about the derivation of their curve from the distance that's measured flat. Those people, they're not worth our time, but let's not tar everybody with that brush. Those people are in severe cognitive dissonance to the point where they're willing to lie to escape their fear of not being on a ball. For most people, that isn't the realisation that they come to in the question that they ask when they find this information out, or more likely, are presented with this information. They're not willing to suddenly lie for the ball and deny the horizontal distance a curve's derived from. They ask a much more simple question. And it's the same old question I had to ask myself when putting myself in the customer's shoes and trying to sell them something. What's in it for me? That comes across from a former globe believer moving forward, let's just call them, as what difference does it make? They'll probably give an example. I'll still have to pay the mortgage tomorrow. And who can't relate to that? You're like, well, now the answer's been found out to that very early question. Well, none. It was always being dealt with as a flat plane. It's not like something's got to change when it comes to flying at flight level, parallel with surface level. They already were flying with respect to a plane of reference. So nothing's going to change. You don't have to worry about it. It's not that big a deal. It's just what we believed in universally was a Western world religion that was derived from a church rhetoric. And that is wrong. Doesn't make you a bad person, doesn't make me a bad person. Now, in your cognitive dissonance, you might want to deny that fact, but then you've got to deny your own measurements. Again, it's insulting to our fellow man to put them between the rock and the hard place intentionally. And the only people who tend to find themselves between a rock and a hard place are the people who want to deny the base measurement for something like distance to derive a curve from it, because it's oh so very painful, having spent years saying, you idiot flat earthers. It's like you fear how you will be treated because you have treated your fellow man like that. Again, it's a projection rather than introspection. And when they project out their anger and disdain, they then fear how that would feel. And there's going to be people who will not cope, that will never be able to actually cope with this. But I don't think they're a majority. I think they're a very small minority. You'd be surprised. There's a reason we see the same lion tamers everywhere. Very rarely you see a new lion tamer step in, but most of the people are on the periphery. They're in the audience. They've come to the circus temporarily. Most of them don't graduate to lion tamers, but the lion tamers want you to believe that they represent everybody. Again, it's back to gamma dicks that think they're the secret king, and in their cognitive dissonance and lies and deceit about being on a ball and not being able to cope with their derivation of flat earth measurements, want to project out an idea that they are representative of the society around them. They're not. In the analogy from yesterday, if they're the kids getting their heads dunked down the bog because they're dweebs, they're the ones running through the corridors dripping wet to the headmaster's office. But who's everyone else? Who are the other players? The kids are just sat in the classrooms, the ones learning about how Earth's a ball in science class. They're the ones that attention's drawn to the windows of the classroom when they see the kid dripping running by, and they all just start laughing. That is to say, most people in life are just here to have a laugh. You know, they'll immediately turn their attention away from the ball being taught on the blackboard in front of them if there's a dripping kid running by screaming. You know, that's just how it was in school. But the majority of the players are not the dweebs. Most normies aren't dweebs. Just normal people trying to pay their mortgage, and they ask the question, well, what difference does it make if it's flat? None, it always was. Nothing will have to change. It was always being measured that way anyway, in spite of us being told incorrectly that we were on a ball in the science class.
Okay, Nathan, I got a hypothetical question for you. What if we immediately understood measurement, and instead of it being a debate, we're like, look, Earth is measured flat, and we take it from there? Do you think that there would be still the amount of disdain that went,
Yes.
that covered this whole freaking topic?
Yes, because you've been handpicked to be in this group as somebody who is inconsequential to the discussion that's created. If you say, we understand it to be flat, and then you said run with it, is that how you just phrased it?
Well, in other words, instead of us going through all of that, this is when I'm the ball, this don't work, gravity, all of that. Say it just starts. It's 2014. It's like, look, Earth is measured flat. And we go through it with, say, the Rumpus or other people. I don't know if there would be that much disdain.
That's not
There
what I'm
might
asking.
have been a penny drop.
What I'm saying is, once you've got that information, what are you, personally, going to proactively do to better society, to erect a building or a bridge or a tunnel? What are you in this arena, the one that's talking about the Rumpus and the characters that are the dweebs from the other side, basically the minority I'm describing as wanting to be the secret king majority, right? Those people, the same applies to them. What are they going to do with this information? The contrast is true for them, though. What are they going to do with the ball information? Are they devising a better system for retrograde motion and figuring out where the lights will be? Are they going to give us a better calendar that's based on heliocentrism? Are they going to give us better navigation systems that are based on ball derivations of flat Earth measurements? It's the same for them. The people who are put into this arena, the people we're metaphorically dunking their heads down the bog currently, the dweeb patrol from the ball Earth side, right? They don't have any bearing on this. They're not doing anything with the heliocentric information they're fighting for. All they're doing is fighting with us. The former us, the us that would argue with a not seeing far enough or far too far argument. Those arguments don't have any fruitful outcome. They're not producing anything, right? Nothing's being made as a result of us having this discussion. So us saying, well, should we moving forward roll with the it's just measured? Well, no. You don't need to do anything at all, do you, Neil? Now, you appreciate the world's flat and good for you. But moving forward, what do you mean moving forward? Number one, forward, what, flat earth direction? But moreover, with what? Are you about to build something? Were you about to start a tunnelling project? Did you decide that you were going to move into cartography in your retirement? Have you decided to become a pilot, Neil?
That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm suggesting is we were coming with the silly stuff that we came with. wrapped in freaking conspiracy. If we would have just came correct, like, no, wait a second. Let's think about it. It's geography. It's flat. Look, it's drop over what drop over distance? This is a measurement, a flat Earth measurement.
You're ignoring what I'm trying to put across to you in a character arc. For you, when you say from conspiracy, you're on this character arc. Now take the mapping guy. He's on a completely different character arc to the flat Earth that he measures. And he does measure it flat. But he hasn't got any concerns. It's been orchestrated algorithmically in YouTube terminology, so that the person who does actually have to deal with it flat will. And those persons aren't going to be mocked. They aren't going to be attacked. They're just describing how the mapping gets done. But they're not also explaining how someone else is wrong. Now, the anti-flat earthers, why did we give them that name? Because they aren't promoting a ball or doing anything useful with it. They're telling us, the perceived opposition, that's flat earthers, that they're wrong. Look at Craig. Fight the flat earth. That's not, I'm going to prove the ball's correct, is it? It's, I'm going to fight you so that I can defeat you. The opposition.
Okay, would his name be Fight the Tight Shirt if we came differently, is my point. If we came with measurement from the beginning.
No, we wouldn't.
I'm sorry,
Let
I
me
think
answer
the penny
you. No.
drops immediately on
answer.
people, and there are no
I
Fight
heard
the
you.
Tight Shirt.
I heard you. No. Is he out fighting Map Guy? Craig, Fight the Flat Earth. Is he out fighting the Map Guy?
He don't have to, because Chin's correct on that. The whole time this guy's doing cartography, he thinks he's on a ball. Come on, Nathan.
Right, so live and let live. It makes no difference to the cartography. That's being dealt with flat anyway. And the way it's been engineered is such that the guy who's measuring it flat can still keep his belief in a ball. I mean, it's going to cause him cognitive pain no different to anybody else. But he can just keep his ball faith. You know, look at Thunderfoot. He's explaining how you take the measurements from a flat plane and transpose them inside a ball, as we were discussing that on the pre-show. Well, you just got to move it inside the ball. He knows how cognitively painful it was to go through that process, and he's either accepting his own ignorance or recognising the contradiction and rolling with it anyway. Both are equally cognitively painful. So that person, back to the subject matter, isn't going to be attacked from somebody telling them they're wrong. Now, I'm sick of telling people that they're wrong. Why would I want to tell Thunderfoot that he's wrong? Okay, so you believe that you take your measurements from a flat plane and put them inside a ball. Okay, you can believe that. But why do I need to tell him he's wrong? I mean, isn't it obvious? We're not inside a ball. We're standing on the surface that we measured flat. The transposition only takes place so you can believe you're on a ball. Well, you're the one transposing it. Let him. They've got to jump through these hoops to believe they're on a ball when the recognition of the flat earth comes along. Same applies to the mapping guy. What's he going to say? Well, it's because we're on a really big ball. But over the 10 years, I've seen this cognitive process, and I fight against both versions of it. When someone tells me, well, yeah, we measure Earth, and we've got it ball-shaped, it gets contradicted. And then when the contradiction comes, they say, well, that's because it's a really big ball, so biggie it's flatty. And back in the day, I would brace against that too. No, you should be believing this because you believe you're on a ball. Now, it's like, that's a cognitively painful process that they, the ones who formerly opposed me, would have had to have gone through. So big it's flat. We're getting it currently from our opposition and perception when they say, it's so big, we measure it flat. Like, well, we measure it flat. Never going to change.
Yeah, but Nathan, even the map guy said when he found out, Nathan just doesn't understand.
Yeah, so
this is what you want to deal with? People that tell you don't understand?
Yeah, so his reaction is to tell me that I'm wrong. Again, societally, it's been trained into us that we go, he is incorrect. Not, I'm right in my belief of a ball. He didn't immediately go, well, here's your ball measurement. And then not care about it because it's easy to demonstrate. He had to tell me that I was wrong. Because in this balance of heliocentrism, you have to prove your opponent is wrong so that you can be right. You can't say, well, here's my ball measurement. What are you talking about? Which is what you'd do if it was the case, wouldn't you? That's what we're doing currently. We're going, I don't care what you think. Here's the flat earth measurement. Well, you think blah, 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 blah. We get back. Okay, well, let's listen to how it's a ball. Well, if we take the drop over the distance, what the flat distance measurement of Earth's surface? Again, I don't need to do anything. I don't need to tell them they're wrong. I just need to point out a measurement and go, there you go. There's the Earth measurement. It's flat. You're using it. I'm using it. If you allege that I'm utilising a version of a heliocentric derivation, as has been recently the case. People want to call the ball derivation of flat measurements mine. It doesn't matter. They're still flat measurements. We've still got horizontal distance. That's still how Earth is dealt with. So for the cognitively dissonant, they can keep it. I and me alone have relinquished myself of this cognitive pain. Now, am I such a good guy that I want to wish that on other people? Oh, I wish everybody else was released from their cognitive dissonance. If somebody's in a cell, shackled, and I go, wow, I can't believe I woke up today, the cell door's open, there's no chains, I can just walk free. Yeah. And then I go to somebody who's next to me, you can walk free, there aren't actually any chains. Do you notice it's come off their leg? And they go, shut up, flattard, and clamp it back on again. Why would I want to hang around? I can walk out the jail cell and just carry on with my life, free of that cognitive pain. I no longer have to concern myself with somebody who's going to tell me that I'm wrong so that they can be right. And back to the map guy, instead of saying, I'm just right, here's the ball measurement. There you go. What are you talking about? Here's the measurement. What? He doesn't have to prove I'm wrong to do that. He just can't. So his only route is you're wrong. I no longer have that route needed. It's no longer necessary for me to say, for flat Earth to be correct, your belief that we see this far, that's a flat Earth distance, is wrong. I don't have to do that no more. It's not necessary. I've freed myself of the shackles. I've walked out the circus, whatever metaphor you want to use. Why would I want to walk back in? Good for me. I'm delighted. The more I realise what I'm currently verbalising, the more chill I actually become. The easier life becomes. I have no longer got the shackles of cognitive dissonance required to square the circle of how Earth is dealt with versus how Earth is taught to be believed in. I don't have that problem anymore. That's good for me. Lucky old me. What's that? You want to tell me I'm right? Well, then you're using me to square your circle. By making me wrong, you think you're making your belief in a ball right, because that's how you've been trained. I don't have to do that anymore. And if necessary, fine, no worries. Okay, for you to have your cognitive dissonance pain relief, you need to make me wrong about Earth being flat. Okay? But I've done this dance. Every time that I'm currently being utilised to offer pain relief, people get pointed out how they're using the flat Earth that they tell me I'm wrong about. So it seems like a silly dance, doesn't it? People I'm dancing with have got left feet only and are falling over their own shoelaces the whole time while they try and tell me that I'm wrong while I'm skipping around the dance floor. It seems nuts.
They're saying you don't know how to dance. Meanwhile, They got 2 left feet.
Yes, they're telling me I don't know how to dance while I'm skipping around the dance floor, attracting the ladies. My point being that I don't have to dance with them. But their dance is, if I can make him wrong, that means the consensus who views how wrong Nathan is, how scummy he is, how much he eats his kids, that makes me right. That's literally where we've got to. If I can show Nathan's a child abuser, Earth's a ball, that is literally the cognitive processing that they're going through. Amazing when you think about it. It's like, well, number one, why would I want to be around anybody who wants to abuse me in such a way just to relieve themselves of a cognitive dissonance? And the answer is I wouldn't. Would I? But moving forward through my life, I'm quite happy. I'm poor. I've got 2 mortgages. From a financial perspective, things aren't great. But from a mental perspective, and back to the Alan Watts examples, what's Alan Watts talking about? Is it about the rat race and you need to really get more money? He's never talking about those things, is he? I mean, this isn't a revelation to me. I've understood this since a pre-teen age. that life is about living. It's about what's going on in the moment. This is ace. I'm sat with my equipment around me in a acoustically treated room, sounding good on a Neumann microphone, broadcasting to, at least 3 people. I don't know how many people are watching. 67. But you know what I mean? This is awesome. This is what I trained for. I couldn't be happier. So why put myself in a position of misery like the whipped lion? Why walk back into the circus?
Because they want to dance with you, Nathan.
With somebody who loves me.
Yeah, it's that apathy that you're forming. You kind of get a sense of empathy too after a while. But yeah, the apathy never goes away. Like, I don't want to argue with people no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they become like some bitchy ex-wife who's drunk all the time and miserable. And you're like, why do I want to be around you? I'm not going to bail you out when the police come and arrest you. Why would I do that? Yeah, she's a drunk. You just think, well, okay, if that's how these people want to live their life, let them. Just distance yourself from these people. That's the apathy. Now, the empathy comes because you're like, no, I've seen that I don't need to wear these chains. And it's a wonderful, wonderful feeling. Not having to square a circle is wonderful. I don't need to. Like I say, if it ever comes up, really, this was my main concern for the last 10 years. What if this comes up in public? Will it end up in fisticuffs? Not from me, from the person that's absolutely infuriated by me going, yeah, it's flat, and not being able to draw the conversation to a very calm close very quickly. Now I can do that. Easy. With average normie, it's dead easy. Takes about 20 seconds. Yeah, it's just measured that way. It really is measured that way, like miles, south, heights. What do you want? That's how Earth's measured. Now, if they because they're asking me because they know what I do, this flat Earth debate, they might ask more intricate questions, in which case I can describe accurately through 10 years of education on the subject the heliocentric requirement for a flat plane to be measured. Not where it has its flaws, not where they're wrong, but where they're right in how flat Earth already was and is, and their belief in a ball relies on it. Now, that might come as a shock, but I can now say it hand on heart and go, it's not actually that serious. Nothing's going to change. You'll still have to pay your mortgage tomorrow. I'll throw it back at them before they even ask proactively. You'll still have to pay your mortgage tomorrow. Don't worry your precious little head about it. It's just measured flat.
So you're saying it's okay for them to utilize Earth being flat to construct their ball and their whole heliocentric system? It's
yes.
okay, just
live and let live. Absolutely. You want a ball derived from flat Earth measurements? Have it. Oh, right. When you've got cognitive dissonance because your ball is derived from flat Earth measurements, I give it you. You can have it. Tell them, Nathan's wrong. The flat Earth measurements I need to derive my ball from, they're Nathan's and he's wrong. Okay. If that helps, you can do it. You can have it. It's on me.
Yeah, but they can't say that because you're not wrong. So how are they going to say that?
But I'm giving them permission to anyway. If you like, fine. Say Nathan beats his wife. Go ahead. Do it. I don't care. If that makes you think that somehow me, a flat earther who understands intrinsically how Earth is measured flat, to create your ball, if by saying those words you can't go anywhere but Nathan must be a wife beater, go ahead. You can do it. You can have it on me. Go ahead. Tell the world that I beat my kids, beat my wife, I'm a drug dealer. Make up any old shit you like. You can have it. I don't care. I literally couldn't give a shit anymore. Because what difference does it make to me? In sincerity. It's sticks and stones from idiots who are only doing it so they can make me wrong so that they can be right. Well, no. Cognitively speaking, you're never going to square this circle. No amount of making Nathan Oakley wrong will change how your drop, that's Earth curve, is derived from distance. That's flat Earth measurements. That is as simplistically as I can put it. There's no other way to describe your religion of a ball, and you're entitled to it. Now, if you're so evil that you need to make another man the bad guy because you can't process this cognitively, I'm saying have it. I don't mind being that martyr. I'll be that martyr. No worries. Have it. It's on me. Delight, pleasure. But me, what do I do in my day? Do I wander around worrying about how Earth is flat? No. I worry about you communicating with me in the street. And by you, I mean the general public, the audience. When I come across you and you go, well, what do you do for a living? I go, YouTuber. What kind of YouTuber? Cosmology YouTuber? What's that mean? I talk about flat Earth. Well, we've got space. Have you never seen pictures from space? That's what I fear. The aggression that I face regularly on the show being portrayed because the Gammas have convinced me that they represent the majority, and they don't. This is something I'm really delighted to report upon. The Gamma dicks that we deal with, the aggressive dicks from the Dweeb Patrol, number one, they still are the stereotype they always were. They're dweebs. They were the kids that had their heads stunk down the toilet. But they do not, like they've created the impression through this. The facilitation of the internet has allowed these famous, faceless, nameless dicks to create an impression that they are the majority, that they represent the majority, like the secret kings that they believe they are. Not only do they represent the majority, they rule over the majority with their cognitive dissonance that they need to make me wrong about. If they're secret kings, why are they putting me up on a pedestal? Who am I? I'm nobody. But to them, I'm very important, aren't I? And that's the way I've realised it over the last literally 24 hours. Why am I in this position? And I'll shout out Thomas Sheridan for making this abundantly clear to me when he's pointing out something that I was already aware of, how fine a line there is between love and hate. Why would you need, that's to say love, Nathan Oakley, if you say I'm wrong? Because that's how you need to cognitively square this circle. You can't make a flat earth measurement ball-shaped. You can't make distance curve when you're referencing the curve that you believe in from the distance that's measured flat. These things aren't possible. So you need me, don't you? You need me to be wrong so that you can be right. Now, you're not. And making me wrong won't make you right. But that is where I fit into this equation. So recognising my part in this little play that we all take part in is quite useful. Because I can go, that's all you need from me. Have it. What's that? I'm wrong. Okay. I don't walk out of the door worried about it because I know the real score when it comes to the measurements. You're all using them. So what difference does it make if you want to tell the world that I'm wrong? Doesn't matter. When I go on my little tour de book this year, 2026, I'll be on people's show going, yeah, it's not that big a deal. It's just measured flat. Nothing's going to change. You'll still have to pay your mortgage, Ruffles. I
also wouldn't worry about real life because none of these guys will say shit to your face, so it doesn't matter.
Well, no, that's true, but that's not something I necessarily want to lean in. But I'll agree with you from the point of view that I'm not a small guy. I'm quite intimidating up close and personal. Like, from a distance, you'll stroll up to me, and then when you get to me, you'll be like, no, I don't have that problem and never have. I can be fairly intimidating in person, is my point.
Well, yeah, like prime example was Witsit. He was saying after his trip how McToon was like the biggest pussy to him in real life, trying to be all friendly, and then as soon as they got back, he started talking shit to him online again. That's how people are, man.
Of course. The difference is, right, when I say that this is a persona and an act, well, I had this conversation with my wife. She was like, well, you are generally like that. And she gave me a couple of examples, and I'm like, yeah, I know I am. But I have also confessed to that. I appreciate that this is an act, right? I'm in front of a camera, there's lights on, right? Obviously, this is performative to a certain extent. But that doesn't mean that I'm not justified in giving Nathan Oakley the real title of me sat here, because this is how I am. That is to say, if you were up in my face in person, I'm not lying. There's a good chance you would actually get a broken nose. And that's why I've exampled it in terms of my spending time in police cells when I've broken people's noses, because that's just how I am. It's like, why are you doing that? You do realise this could result in pain for you. You'll only get warned once. So that is generally how I am. I'm not.
Especially if they bring your wife and kids into it.
Well,
I mean,
exactly.
geez.
Precisely. That's why I've made this clear. Now, somebody pointed it out in the comments because I was trying to fathom why people had backed me when I'm describing being violent. And they're like, I think this was Fisherman in a Box. He's like, well, Nathan's got a wife and 2 kids. He's surrounded by 3 women, so he's going to be very protective. You're like, yeah. Suddenly, I was like, click, yes. I know why I am how I am. When I was the most aggressive on Friday's show, it's when somebody's like, are you like this around your kids? Suddenly you're like, all right, you, a person who's consistently lying about a drop you need to believe in derived from a flat measurement of distance, are now talking about my 2 daughters. Yeah, it suddenly makes your blood boil. The adrenaline starts pumping, and the next thing you know, if that was a face-to-face confrontation, that person would have their head stamped on, wouldn't they?
Speaking right. Yeah. And it doesn't stop there because they'll bring it up. They'll send messages. How can you be around a guy like that who speaks that way with his wife and kids in the next room? I mean, it just does not stop. They need to get their faces broken. That's what I believe.
Well, I'm bringing it back to earth. My whole purpose of Friday's show was to make these dweebs aware of where they sit societally, because they've got a bit above their station in the last 10 years. They've started to sniff their own farts a bit too much. They've started to believe they actually are that secret king they believe themselves to be. That's what a gamma dick is. It's like, well, let's remind you what you really are, dweeb, and how society will have treated some of these people. I know how they get treated. Now, don't get me wrong, I've been on the inflicting end of that treatment on occasion and been punished for it, so it's not like I'm going to make any bones about what I am. But I don't have to put on too much of a persona when I'm sat in this chair. For the most part, I'm 99% exactly as I am in real life. My personality is what it is. Yeah? Now, for the most part, that leaves me as a generally quite amiable and likeable person, but like any man, it's there as a monster, the aggressive monster ready to be let out. But I'm sure I've said this on previous shows too, I know my own monsters really well. I'm comfortable with what I am. I know what I am. Most of the people we deal with do not have that privilege. They have never had any introspection at all. So they're not sat around content with themselves. Most of them have got a deep sense of self-loathing. Quite the contrary to being content in their own skin and walking out the door after a flat earth debate and saying, what's for dinner? Not, bastard! He proved it was a ball with flat earth measurements and he wouldn't accept it. I never have those feelings. Like, beyond the entertainment value that the show offers when doing exactly that. Once the show's over, I don't care. Literally, I couldn't care less. Like I say, my main concern is that I might have to have that conversation with lots of eye rolling from me with some dude or dudette in public. You're like, no, when that happens, I will be out with a different purpose. When I'm at Legoland or out doing my shopping or wherever it may be that I'm out, I don't want to have that conversation like the guy in the garage doesn't want to talk about your clutch. Yeah? But we're like, oh, how can I end this conversation quickly? So from that perspective, I'm now in a position where I can summarise the flat earth debate from an elongated nonsense about heliocentrism down to a couple of words. It's just measured flat.
Yeah, but those are fighting words, Nathan. You can't just say that. Like I told you, you got enemies on both sides with that.
And walk away from all of them. I am independent of these people, right? So I will be capable of waffling for approximately 30 to 40 minutes every day on a show. I can't quite make the full hour. I just don't have it in me. On my own, alone, right? So if everybody deserted me, no offence to you, Neil, if everyone buggered off now and there wasn't half a dozen people in the Discord server and half a dozen people in the G Plus panel, I'd still easily make at least half an hour show every day. On my own, just without anybody. No issues. I could do that all day, every day, 7 days a week without any issues whatsoever. I don't need
Agreed.
When you say it's fighting words and the people around me, it's like I really hope the book assists me paying things like mortgages and electric bills and actually makes a difference so that I don't have to do the show. Because at the moment, the only thing that I loathe a little bit about the show is my need to do it. When I'm ill, for instance, I still have to really do the show. I'll only take a day or two off at the most if I'm really ill. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to get ill in the near future, I hope not, but you know what I mean? I want to be in a position where I don't have to do the show. It's a YouTube channel, right? I've still got material out there all the time. It's always available, and I've got thousands of videos. The problem I have currently is I'm so poor that I have to do the show. And it'd be nice to go, well, now I'm going to go on a holiday, which I can't afford, and that means no live shows for a week without too much concern. And suddenly I don't have to say, well, I'm going to have to monitor the show every day that I publish a premiere that there isn't a live show, because otherwise the mortgage ain't going to get paid. It'd be nice to not have that concern. But isn't that exactly the same concern as any working man? Everybody's got to work. I just have to work at something that I love, so I should be more grateful than annoyed that I have to do the show. But I think the quality of show would go up if I didn't. This is the second time I've done it on this show. Mention that I've got 2 mortgages, for example, right? If I didn't have to concern myself so much with that particular aspect of doing the show, let's say I'm dependent financially upon doing the show, it would mean that I was doing it more towards the I enjoy doing it end of the scale rather than that I need to do it for money end of the scale. And that would mean I'd be more relaxed in what I do rather than fretting about making sure it's done for the financial reward. Now, currently, I do absolutely require this show to go out daily as a live stream on Monday to Friday and have shows running every day of the week and have multiple shows and trimmed out versions of the show and shorts, videos, whatever it is I'm doing. I need to do all of that. Otherwise, stuff don't get paid. You know what I mean? So it would be nice if that wasn't the case. I'm hoping that when the book comes out, it will consistently sell. I'm always writing or editing currently the book in that light, which is to say that it will retain its value through time. The idea being that I'll change it, hopefully enough that you can understand certain aspects of the current day, 2026, when we talk about social media and things of that aspect, that will change in 50 years. They may not be prevalent in the way that we think they will be. They'll be a distant, dusty old memory, like TV and radio will eventually become also a dusty old memory. But I want to make it readable for somebody in 50 or 100 years' time. But that obviously, for the meantime, means that hopefully it'll make a difference to me financially. So I don't have to constantly mention that I've got a couple of mortgages to pay. I probably will always have them, but hopefully I'm at least paying them, so I don't have to concern myself with that aspect of YouTubing. And there's plenty of people who have built a career on YouTube that eventually get to the point where they're like, well, now I can do this full time. Normally what that means is they're financially stable enough to do something that's considered a hobby as their full-time endeavour. For me, it's kind of halfway between the two. I'm not actually financially secure enough to be a YouTuber, and subsequently e-begging is often something that I do, but so be it. You know, I'm just making my way through the YouTube algorithm to hopefully build a channel. After 10 years, it hasn't been built to the point where I'm financially supported by it, but I'm sure there's plenty of other people who are in exactly the same boat. They probably do 2 jobs. Although I do 2 jobs at the moment, I'm still got 30, 40 microphones left to flog. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I want to be more laid back in what I do. I still want to continue doing Flat Earth debate because there's a generalised perception that there is a debate, even though there isn't, even though everyone's measuring Earth flat. That we're on the first rung of communicating that fact to people so that the subject of Flat Earth gets put back into a geography subject and the heliocentric deception falls to the wayside. In my humble opinion, that will happen anyway, even if we did nothing. It's a perceived to be lie in the respect that it's incorrect, and therefore will fall anyway. It's not going to sustain itself indefinitely. You can't sustain something that's incorrect indefinitely. But I don't think that it would even need our assistance. I think heliocentrism will fall eventually anyway. And then you go, well, what difference does it make? I'll still have to pay the mortgage. No. What difference will it make to the way that Earth gets dealt with? None. Doesn't matter. The only thing that it would alter is our perception of retrograde motion. Who gives a shit? Literally. What else is it serving? Nothing.
Nothing yet.
It offers suggested explanations for things that don't require them. So, for instance, for the person that perceives they're on a ball, right? In their mind, the sun rises and falls as a result of them being on a ball. But you're like, that isn't something that was required to be explained by a orbital motion or a heliocentric system. That was above and beyond. They're incorporating or layering on top of their explanation for retrograde motion this necessity to have that motion of the sun explained by a heliocentric aspect. But it isn't required. That is to say, nothing will change about how the sun is perceived to you if you relinquished a heliocentric worldview. It doesn't make any difference to what the sun does it? It still rises and falls. You still see it doing what it does. So who cares? It's not going to change anything because you don't perceive an aspect of heliocentrism as it is explained when looking at the sun. That doesn't matter. Yeah?
Pardon me.
Good.
Rising and falling is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference.
Yes, indeed it is. Again, there's perfect timing. So another aspect of, well, what would change if you relinquish a heliocentric worldview? Well, nothing. Even incorporated within apogee and perigee and ascension and declination and all of the different aspects of heliocentrism that are required from flat planes to put into orbital motion. All of these aspects are described in the first instance from a flat plane anyway, so it really makes absolutely no difference. Like, it still will be measured and described and detailed from the plane it was being described and detailed from, even from within your heliocentric worldview. Right on, John. What can I name today's show?
Nathan's starting to check out.
I'm not starting to check out, though. I don't know what you mean by that, Neil.
Sounds like it.
No, I'm talking about going on a book tour, talking about how Earth is measured flat. The attitude that I'm adopting doesn't alter the methodology of communicating this information to a wider audience. That's you, right? My audience. You're still getting to experience this transition, which is what it is, which is why back to the flat Earth debate question of should the show be named this? Well, yeah, because there's a transition that people will experience, but better that they experience a transition in an easy way, in almost a non-existent way. Like, well, nothing's going to change. There will be no transition. Earth was always being measured flat anyway. So you perceive there to be a transition that needs to happen, and that makes you angry. Hypothetical audience member that I'm speaking to. But in reality, nothing's going to change. You'll still have to pay your mortgage tomorrow. Bless you. But ultimately, the world's still dealt with exactly as it was anyway. We still have flight level. We still have sea level. We still have altitudes. We still have elevation angle measurements. Nothing's changing. And you getting involved with this process isn't needed either. I mean, unless you're planning on becoming a pilot tomorrow, who cares if you know? Doesn't matter if you know. No, who cares? Get on with your day. What's that? You still want to believe it's a ball? Now you're engaging in that pain and cognitive dissonance where it's like, thanks, I've got my shopping to do. I'm looking around Legoland. You know, it's nice talking to you, but I've got better things to do now. You needing me to carry on this discussion to alleviate your pain because it offends you is something I can walk away from, can't I? I can turn my back, can't I?
Yeah, but they're not going to let you because they think that they're doing a service for society, because we can't have people saying Earth is flat or Earth is measured flat. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, but saying it doesn't make any consequence. The people who express that belief aren't the pilots and map makers who are utilising the measurements of Earth's surface to make sure people don't die. They're not the people erecting buildings on a plane of reference in a manner that stops it from collapsing. They're not of consequence. So the people who fight the flat Earth have no bearing on what Earth is and what it does. That's delusions of grandeur. And in physical reality, that's why I put it in a location, at Legoland, when I say I can turn my back, that person can put their hand on my shoulder, but bang! I can break their teeth, can't I, Neil? After I've tried to turn away from their pain that they're projecting onto me, because they dislike the uncomfortable feeling of having to relinquish a religious belief that I've already let go of. I can turn my back on these people. I can walk away from them.
Yeah, but you don't understand. I mean, I know you do. I'm just saying, you are in a topic that can shift the whole paradigm if it catches fire. And that cannot happen. They have us on a ball for a reason. And if you want to choose to ignore that and think it's all just a show and doesn't mean anything, and you could turn your back on it and nothing grand will happen, then okay.
I can. The people who have got this idea, Neil, are propping it up by, how did I used to put this into analogy? Cementing over cracks that we're highlighting. So when we're pointing out how heliocentrism doesn't work, there's the dweebs that come along to fill in those cracks with another layer of bullshit. It happened recently, right? How do you define that you're on a ball? Well, it's the drop over the distance. Distance is a horizontal measurement. No, I can go and get a trundle wheel, and distance that's separate from this drop over the horizontal distance it must be can be separately measured with a trundle wheel over a hill. You're like, you want to engage in this cement work? Be my guest. But it needs constant maintenance. Entropy is constantly working its way against heliocentrism. Now, you're saying we need to stop the maintenance workers who are constantly slathering this layer of bullshit over the top of it when people from the sideline go, is that a really big crack? No, there's no crack, nothing to see. Let them. But the fact is, entropy is continually working its way against the incorrect information in regards to the world that you do not live on when it comes to its sphericity. It cannot survive indefinitely. It can't, Neil. And I humbly believe that I am as inconsequential to defeating that paradigm in need of constant maintenance, because it's in need of constant maintenance. Nothing lasts forever. There are only a certain number of constants in everybody's lives. And
You're
one of those constants... I'm nearly done. One of those constants is having a flat plane beneath our feet to measure. So why would I worry when the only thing that can exist as a constant is the very thing they're bracing against? I've got nothing to worry about, Neil.
No, you're downplaying it a little too much. Certain things would not happen unless certain people made a move and went against a certain system that had control. Right? I won't bring it up because I don't want to turn it into something else. But there was a certain person who went and slapped something on a Roman Catholic Church, and a whole paradigm shifted. You're doing the same thing. You're taking your flat earth measurements and you're slapping them on the door of a ball. And you don't think that that's going to require and change is going to happen?
Maybe.
You're downplaying it.
I can only utilise the attitude that my opponent, as I'm perceiving them or describing them to this audience, would take in terms of their attitude also. What's in it for me? Well, I can say moving forward that hopefully book sales. I can go out and do the rounds. But having been put into a position where the argument, the battle has already been won, and after we've cleared the battleground, we go, this wasn't necessary. We were fighting over these miles of area that were measured flat to begin with. Why were we having a battle? They were on the same battleground. It seems silly now. But when I'm out and about on a book tour, trying to promote my book that I've got to promote, there'll inevitably be people who want that scenario to reign true again, the debate to continue. They'll want to create the perception of debate. And I mean, no doubt that there'll be new things that I haven't encountered from the cognitively dissonant. They'll invent a new way to create that scenario. I can't get away with that. Hence, the show title does not need to change. But I'll just say, I'll reiterate my point from a moment ago because you disagreed with it. If you're in need of constant maintenance, if you're a by equivalence, the car that is heliocentrism, it will eventually succumb to rust. The parts will eventually run out. And the parts themselves are all derived from something that the people who are patching up the car are bracing against. Metal doesn't exist, you say, but you're constantly patching the car with metal. So it seems silly, it seems like a folly to concern ourselves with the longevity of the heliocentric system. It had its original purpose. It explained retrograde motion. It then had a necessity to square lots of other circles that suddenly didn't make sense. That's become the prevalent worldview, but it is in constant need of maintenance. Constant. And that maintenance comes, that's the last point I'll make, that maintenance comes at a cognitively painful price for those who slather the layers of concrete bullshit over the cracks. Now, we learnt that from our anti-globe rhetoric over the years. Now I say, why would I want to cause anybody the pain of pointing out the cracks? The cracks are there anyway. They are the ones that need to fill them. Why point them out? They're cracks. That means it's failing and always will be, constantly crumbling, constantly succumbing to entropy. Heliocentrism, I don't give it more than another couple of 100 years. In reality, it's only been in true effect for about 150 to 200 years. It's only been in existence as a true concept for the last 500. So I give it another 100, 150 years before it completely fails. Doesn't answer my question. What can I call today's show? Anybody got any ideas for show titles? I'm looking at you, Discord.
Apathy of reality.
The apathy of reality. Pretty good. Any disagreement with that as a show title?
The nature of Earth.
That's too broad. Vegetable apathy. A-P-A-T-H-Y.
A-P-A-T-H-Y. Yes.
Apathy of reality. Cool. Good show title. I can then make a thumbnail. If I've got a show title, I'm going to try and do this more regularly now, because my biggest failure as a YouTuber is producing good thumbnails. But if I can come up with a show title, like yesterday, I think I came up with the show title, You Don't Matter. So all I did was look down hold the iPad and, look at the lens. And then I've got a thumbnail that I can put You Don't Matter on it. And that is a useful endeavour. If I've got a title, I can make a thumbnail. So, the apathy of reality, perfect. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
I'm not downplaying anything. I'm just saying it's an
No, not you,
fact.
Nathan.
What?
Nathan downplaying it like we're nothing doesn't mean anything. I'm irrelevant. It may be,
You're not going to like this.
You hold on. Don't interrupt me. You may be, but what you're saying is not.
No, there's a perception that there's a consequence to this. And I'll circle back to what I said at the start of the live show. The attitude that we get from normal person, what difference does this make to me? I'll still have to pay my mortgage, is actually the most truest sentiment of them all. Now, that is somebody who has instantly recognised the futility of their understanding in this regard. They go, well, what difference does it make? And that is absolutely true. It's been conjured in a way to make it consequential so that you can fight with me and achieve nothing. I'm sorry, Neil, but what I'm doing is I'm robbing you feeling special about this. And you don't like
I'm not. No. It's not. I'm not feeling special at all.
Bullshit.
But what you're saying is, you're saying Earth is flat. Are you kidding me? You don't think that's a bold statement? No, it just gets freaking Congress has a meeting over it, and now we got to do things so that, it doesn't get out there. However you want to phrase what they did. They freaking came in and they put a stop to it or slowed it down. However you want to phrase it.
Slow down
They
what?
thought it was important
Wrong.
enough
You're just
that
wrong.
they had to
Slow
get in
down
there.
what? They didn't slow down the use of horizontal planes of reference. They didn't slow down the use of mapping or charting or surveying. They didn't slow down the celestial navigation.
They don't
didn't
have
slow
to.
down boats. They didn't slow down distance measurement. They didn't slow down parallel flight levels. Nothing got slowed down. There is just this perception that we, by fighting about it, have some importance in the subject, and we don't. We just don't.
They don't have to slow that down. What has to be slowed down is the understanding of where we are, what we live on,
I don't think that's
and it
consequential.
being created and not just
other
put
than having
into
a fight
existence.
with next man, I don't see that that's a consequential endeavour either. We've imposed this idea that they're hiding. Who's they? They're hiding God with flat Earth. Why?
I never said they're hiding God.
I'm
You said that.
I'm just giving an impression of something that's been transposed onto the subject to give it importance.
Heliocentrism said there's a Big Bang, even though it was coined by a Roman Catholic. That's what atheists believe. Okay? That's number one. Number two, when you come to an understanding that this is a created place, then that knocks atheism out of the way.
We don't know what happened in the beginning beyond your Bible literature about in the beginning let there be light. So there's always going to be a certain endeavour from any individual to want to know what happened at the beginning of an entropic process that we will never have the true answer to, how it truly began.
Did it start by itself?
And I understand the ontological primitives, Neil. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who want to know what happened at the beginning of time. And they're never going to get the answer. Right? That is something that you can never know the answer to. So Lemaitre coming up with a story from within the Catholic Church, which is what you're talking about, atheists believing in. Like, again, having the idea that somebody who doesn't want to believe in God is consequential to you. It's back to the ball and chain example. If they don't want to take the chain off when they're watching you stroll out the jail cell, that's their problem. You can't save them all.
I'm not saying we are, but you're making it sound like this doesn't mean anything. The people don't mean anything. The people are irrelevant. They come and go. But as time goes on, there are certain people that come and make a statement by the things that they say and the things that they open people's eyes up to. Now, you may not want to deal with that. I don't know why, but you're that guy saying that. You're that guy saying it's measured flat, and you're that guy contradicting the whole system that the world thinks we're living in. So put the freaking jacket on and man up.
Let me just answer you. When you say they think we're living on, you mean the belief that they hold that is inconsequential to how it's actually dealt with?
Talking about people that think they're living on a globe, so yes.
But they don't have any consequence when it comes to actually measuring Earth, do they? They're not important. They're utterly inconsequential. That's us in this scenario. But it is quite cool if we believe differently to someone else's belief, because then we can be set against them. Can't we? Keeps us very busy. But I will be taking away people's feeling of being special. I know, I'll get enough response out of the Discord server with 8 or 9 people in there. But
you're running away from your responsibilities. That's what you're doing. I don't know if you're checking it out or something.
What is my responsibility? My responsibility to look after my family is achieved through flat Earth YouTubing, right? And I'm very proud to call myself a YouTuber, right? I do a good job of it. I'm happy with what I've achieved. I will continue to do it. Even if I was a millionaire, I'd still want to run this show because I like doing it. But that is not a responsibility in this that we're discussing
Is YouTube
now.
a form of getting information?
People are going to be getting information from me regardless because I'm talking about the subject.
Right. And that information that you're bringing out pertaining to Earth and its measurements, it's not something that you can take lightly. You may want to, but Nathan, you say it all the time. Most of the Western world thinks they're living on a globe. Now all of a sudden, here comes a contradiction to them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what they think, though, does it? They can think it right or wrong, but when it comes to dealing with it in any practical capacity, it is just flat, regardless of how people think they're on a ball. So when the mapping guy thinks he's on a ball and then proceeds to tell you how flat Earth gets measured in no uncertain terms, I would be worried if people weren't actually measuring it flat. But they are. So who cares? The belief in this regard is inconsequential because the belief relies upon it being measured flat. Well, so there's nothing to worry about. The point I will worry is when we're like, holy shit, we are actually dealing with it as a ball, but it isn't. That's when people would start dying, Neil. Then I'd be worried about it. That would have consequences. Actually dealing with something in a way that it is not would cause problems, wouldn't it? But we're not doing that. We, not us, are the people who actually deal with Earth and measure Earth. We are inconsequential to this. Now, I'm going to say it again. I think there's a reason that people will hate me for this, because I'm taking away their feeling of being special. On the globe Earth side, it was always the case anyway. They felt special because they'd been dweebs and learned about heliocentrism to a small degree. And they felt like they could tell people how intelligent they were in the bar when they go, oh, actually. Now, they didn't realise that nobody liked them for being that person, but that was what they lent into, and that's what they got their gratification out of. That guy that could tell them, actually, an orbital motion isn't perfectly circular. That's what those people lent into. They hate me because I'm taking away their feeling of being superior to the next man. The people on the flat Earth side, they have the same feeling. That's why I'm getting attacked from both sides when I say it's just measured flat. So, because just being measured flat means it puts it outside the purview of their experience. It puts it outside the purview of their consequence. Doesn't it? They wanted to feel like they had some bearing on this, and they don't. Now, I appreciate that I'm going to be hated for it, but there's no other way to get to the consistency of, doesn't matter, it's not really that important, because the Earth is being dealt with flat. I'll worry when it isn't, because then I'll watch consequences from not dealing with it as it presents itself, and there would be consequences. In that regard, there isn't, because we all deal with it flat anyway. And it's not the royal we, because I'm not doing it. You're not doing it. Nobody I have met so far, other than bullshitters who claim to be astronauts, or bullshitters that say that they're pilots, or bullshitters that say that they're surveyors. Oh, okay. How many passengers did you have today? What buildings did you put up? And the answer's never, well, I put up 5 today.
I'm just learning. Gotta give him a break. He did say he's learning. He's not a what do you call those guys? That surveyor? He's not a surveyor yet, but he's learning. He's got a certificate though.
The point is, everybody wants to feel like a very special snowflake in this subject. Everyone wants to feel like they've got some super secret information that's consequential to the whole world. And when people like Dave say, the whole world will know this soon, that's them wanting to be the very special snowflake that got to tell them all. That's all that is. And I'm robbing those people of that. But there's fart sniffers on both sides. The people who are flat earthers felt like them finding out that Earth was flat, which it was being dealt with and measured that way anyway, suddenly has some massive consequence. And I hear it all the time. This is the biggest lie in the whole wide world. It's the most important thing ever. Well, actually, no. But for a time, you felt like you were a super special snowflake, didn't you? And I'm robbing you with that, aren't I? Because what are you doing with it? When did you measure it? And if you did measure it, like me and Simon done in today's live stream example, what came of it? What came of me tracking the sun? What came of Dan's elevation angles? Did we get a new map? Did we get some advancement in technology when it comes to travel? Did we get an advanced calendar? What did we get out of it? Nothing! It was utterly inconsequential, a complete folly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was. I'm sorry. I'm taking away you feeling special. If you're out there listening to this going, I want to be special, Flat Earth, super special. Nah, not to the people who are doing cartography. The map guy was like, I'm sorry if I'm sending you to sleep. What was describing how flat you measure Earth? Yeah, because it's a bit mundane, really. I'd be worried if he was measuring it ball-shaped, because then buildings would start falling over, rather than, well, does the building in the distance have a reciprocating zenith angle? You're like, well, it would be literally falling over with respect to this building if that was the case. If somebody started to build a building and had it angled away from the next one on the grid, it would literally be falling over, wouldn't it, in reality, if it was angled away from another building? They'd be falling over. People would die. They don't do it that way, though, do they? They do just build on flat plains everywhere, always, without exception. So we're all right. Buildings aren't falling over. Nobody's dying as a result. Why? Because they do actually deal with it flat anyway. So they don't need to worry about it. Me worrying about it is unnecessary. I'll worry about it if they start dealing with it globe-shaped, because that's going to cause problems. That's why the architects aren't in this discussion. That's why the cartographers and map channels aren't in this discussion. For the most part, they need to be kept very separate from it, don't they? And they are. But the people who want to feel like they're very special and very individualistically important to the debate, which there isn't, they're the people that are going to be put out by me saying all this stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Have I robbed you of your self-importance in this subject? I'm sorry. Tough luck. Just have a reality sandwich. You weren't important. It's not like I'm getting loads of cheers now. No one's going, yay, I felt really important and now I don't. Thanks, Nathan. No one's going to give me any thanks for this, Neil. Can someone cue the violin music? One that represents loss. What was the soundtrack in the 80s American Incredible Hulk? As he's walking away at the end? That's what we need. We need that playing. Right, I've got a pot noodle. Can you all talk amongst yourselves for 5 minutes? So I'd have to slather my way down the microphone. Maybe if I leave an open-ended question. Do you in the Discord server feel like you are ordained, like you're special, like God's watching over you talk about a flat earth? Tell me that I'm wrong in my suggestion that you all felt special as a result of finding this information out. Talking to you, Discord.
No. No, I would not agree with that. I think your latest reflections and your latest approach is wonderful and very realistic. I appreciate that, Nathan.
Same here, Nathan. I also really appreciate it. And the very fact that you are honest enough to say that whatever Nathan Oakley says is inconsequential or insignificant is the most profound and significant thing you are doing right now.
Eat your heart out,
He
Sigmund Freud.
wasn't.
The fact that you're saying you're
I don't think he
insignificant
was-
makes you so significant. I love it. Go ahead, John.
But I don't think he was being fallacious when he said that or making a joke. Like, that's truth. What he's saying is the truth.
And I think that reflection finally brings some sanity into this subject also.
I hope so. I hope people can start turning their back on the people that need their energy, because that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who are energy vampires, right? They're just sucking the energy out of people like myself so they can feel better about being wrong. Because it's not them that's wrong, it's me that's wrong, right?
It stops it all, Nathan. It completely stops it all. All the bullshit suddenly has no room and doesn't exist because you've stripped it all away. I love it. I think it's great. And it's truthful, honest. It's measured. That's it.
It's humble and self-deprecating at the same time, yet it is factually accurate when you're describing, the measurement. Does not require any of us to agree with it.
Yes, to seek the idea that there's a requirement for our agreement is to anthropomorphize the measurement. The measurement isn't a human. It doesn't have lips or a conscience, and it doesn't require your approval as a result. But when we turn the measurement into something that needs us to affirm it as a group of people that aren't doing anything consequential when it comes to Earth measurements, we are literally anthropomorphizing the measurement into being a person. And we're needing to prop that person up on our shoulders so we can shout him to everybody who's around us, look, this is the Earth measurement guy. No. Doesn't need us doing that. It's not required. What is required
Play it down if you want.
Say again?
Keep playing it down if you want.
This kind of started
One down.
the map guy, right? Why aren't people attacking the map guy? Because they'd be attacking their own understanding that they also learnt in the geography class, wouldn't they? Now, cognitively, it might be expensive for them to right this wrong by making me wrong instead of them wrong. But it doesn't alter that the map guy will still do what the map guy does. The pilots will still do what they do. The cartographers will still do what they do. The surveyors will still do what they... Nothing changes, does it?
Make 100 phone calls, 99 of them, you ask them the question, they think they're on a freaking spinning water ball.
Why would you do that, though?
To make a point.
Okay, and once your point's been made, what productive comes out of that point? What changes for humanity beyond a perception that was incorrectly
You
held?
have a show called Flat Earth Debate. Started out as a debate that was never a debate. Now we have advanced into an understanding that it's always been measured flat. Now, other people are going to be latching onto that, coming to that understanding. And it's like the old commercial with the shampoo. And they told two friends, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. And then when you get to a certain so on, there starts to become a paradigm shift. And then we'll see what happens then.
on a slightly different note, right? My wife is utterly nonplussed about this subject and always has been. She's been completely indifferent to it the entire time. But a couple of days ago, she came up with that lion tamer analogy. And while she was going through it, her justification for walking away from the circus was just measured flat anyway. So why do you need to be involved in this? Why do you need to be in the circus? You being whipped by the lion tamer won't change how the measurements are used. This is her saying it to me. Now, she's never sitting in the room. She's not listening to the shows. She's not here now. She's out with the kids. But with a general overhearing of what we do here, I would now call my wife a flat earther, which I wouldn't have ever done previously. But only because she's explaining it to me in the simplistic terms that I'm currently explaining it to the audience. It's simple enough. I'm not saying my wife's stupid, but it's simple enough for my wife to summarise it back to me in a couple of words and have the discussion ended. Now, when I heard her do that, number one, I took the analogy, which is wonderful. You know, you're the lion and they're the lion tamers with the whip, right? In a circus with an audience. But moreover, it suddenly dawned on me that she gets this. She understands it. It's simplistic enough for her to not have to exercise any mental endeavour to understand it. She's not had to think about it. Just through overhearing the discussions, she recognises how flat Earth is measured. And she's not in a position to argue about it. In years gone by, she's asked me questions. It's beyond that. There's no questions to be asked anymore, is there? What question could you ask? You understand how a mile works? There's no questions to be asked, is there?
You're making my point for me. And then somebody else is going to catch on, and then somebody else is going to catch on, and then it's going to catch on like wildfire. And then what are you going to do? You can't contain it anymore. That's when questions are going to be asked.
Without sounding sexist, at the point where women get it, women aren't like men in this regard, right? They're not out to have fights about stuff. They're feathering the nest and making sure everything's safe and things like that, right? So therefore, my wife in this example, isn't going to be endeavouring to argue this unless she can summarise it and end the conversation in a couple of words, if it means that she's going to end up in an argument with the next man on the street about it. Now, when she parroted it back to me, when it's just measured flat, I'm like, we're at that stage where a woman, the fairer sex, can do that. They can just say, yeah, it's just measured flat. It's not too much of a concern to me how it's dealt with, because it's dealt with that way, so I can get on with my day. So at the moment, we are in, as Flat Earth Debate past tense was described, a male-dominated subject. Earth just being flat is far more universally acceptable to men and women.
Okay, when new information comes along, let's take a totally different topic, right? And then new information comes along, and now they got to make adjustments. Now, you say it all the time. It was this guy sticking out of the box, and, they thought out of the box, very, intelligent men. But now new information is coming that, wait a second, this is not, Earth is measured flat. Now they got to readjust everything because they can't just continue on, right? There has to be some sort of adjustment made. They can't be teaching we're living in a freaking solar system and we're not.
Maybe.
I listened to this sports show in the morning, and these guys were going on and on about supposed aliens and what that would mean. And, well, they wouldn't be able to get here anyway because they would have to travel at such tremendous speeds to even reach here. They're coming from different solar systems. This is how these people are thinking. I mean, that's not even correct. Now, something like a measurement to them, one guy was like, look, I don't want them to come because they'll just take our resources. Oh, they can keep the aliens. What freaking aliens? This would relieve so many people of this fear that they have of this visitation.
That's what's being used to control them. Fear. So the only reason heliocentrism's used in this manner is because as a subject, it's inconsequential to both of the parties that are put up against each other in debate. But on the heliocentric side, this is what I was trying to cover in the live show. There's a fear-based mind control that's used via heliocentrism. Now, were heliocentrism as a description taught in schools fail, it would still be the case that the population needs to be set against each other and put in fear. That is how we are controlled, through fear. Right? It's the same with being sold stuff. You're either sold it through sex or death. The death cell and the sex cell. Same principle when you're trying to encourage someone to actually do something. But in this instance, are we going to be invaded from aliens in the sky in spaceships? No, there's no space. But does that mean that if we got rid of that system, you wouldn't still have entities within government saying, yes, I'm a whistleblower. Beyond the horizon, there are other worlds with aliens with advanced technology on the islands that are yet to be discovered by you. So you need to keep away from them because they're going to come with their advanced technology and they're closer than we thought. People will still be controlled by fear. That's how people are kept under control. Just happens to be a tool that they use. But there's this perception that you get rid of heliocentrism and you get rid of the fear-based mind control that we're subject to. Nothing could be further from the truth. If heliocentrism falls, meet the new boss. Same as the old boss.
The name of that song is Won't Get Fooled Again.
Yeah, people will.
Well, if they want to be fooled, they can. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
You can only ask what's in it for you. And for me, finding peace, that's what I get out of this. I don't have to square the circles of heliocentrism. I don't have to live in the cognitive dissonance. I don't have to concern myself with the fear-based propaganda that I'm subject to. After that, I'd relinquish just by getting rid of a telly.
Nathan, if you're seeing the same person constantly saying 10 plus 10 equals 30, are you not going to try and help them? Are you not going to correct them? Or are you just going to let him go on in his folly? And you could lose money. He's not earning right. It may affect him when he goes to the shop to buy something because he thinks 10 plus 10 equals 30. So his whole understanding of counting is wrong. You're just going to leave him? Or you're going to try to enlighten him?
And then you go into the bank, and the bank, who are concerned with your money, so it affects you directly, they know that 10 plus 10 is 20. So the banking still continues. But the guy who's being controlled through fear has been trained in school incorrectly that 10 plus 10 is 30. But he's not dealing with any money. So I know, let's get the people who think 10 plus 10 is 40 to argue with him. Again, make sure they're not people who are dealing with money, though. That's us. We're not dealing with Earth. The people arguing about what Earth is don't deal with Earth, do we? Not doing anything with it.
No, but you do have a show, and it does, and it may, when the book comes out, reach a larger audience. And all of those people in that audience that hold to the world that they were taught they lived in They're thinking 10 plus 10 is 30. Now you come along and say, no, 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 no. Here it is. It's measured flat. Now everything is balanced. Now they understand 10 plus 10 equals 20 because Earth is measured flat. Not talking about the people in the arena, talking about the people that are going to be reached by this when the book comes out and you do your little tour. There's new people. There's new people that come every day to your show, right? And it's all word of mouth and it gets around.
Maybe. I hope so. As a YouTuber, I want more popularity and more income from doing.
We are changing the world, Nathan.
I knew it. I said, do you want to feel like a special snowflake? And you said you didn't.
I said that to get you to say that.
Well, it's many a true word spoken in jest, Neil.
Yeah.
People believe they are changing the world because in their very literal way, their cognitive processing about what the world is has fundamentally changed. It went from being a ball to being flat. Therefore, they are in a position to, in their own mind, as you've put it, change the world. Yeah? Suddenly you're a right fart sniffer, aren't you?
Well, the information, yeah, you can't deny that the information that goes out is changing. It changed us. Come on, stop the whole debate from happening. What are you talking about?
It didn't change me. I was always a skeptic. And as soon as I got into the realm of flat earth and found that everybody was a conspiratard, all I found myself doing was acting more like a baller. The amount of times flat earthers have told me to stop acting like a baller. It happened last week with chemtrails and Christianity. Stop yet. You're like one of the ballers. What, skeptical of this nonsense that you believe in? Nothing changed for me. I was always skeptical of the rhetoric that I was hearing, regardless of who it came from. So nothing much has actually changed. In terms of
Changed the way you argued the points, right? You know it's flat now. There is no argument. There is no debate. That changed everything.
What did it change?
It changed the way we deal with people, right?
So it's introspective. How you feel is what's changed. Therefore, you are one step closer to inner peace through this subject. That's all you can take. But it's a gift that you cannot give. It's weird. It's especially weird when I'm praised as almost achieving that end when I say I'm inconsequential. That's why I laughed, not because I didn't think it was true. But to say I can find peace with this subject as a result of realising it's all measured flat anyway, and I don't need to worry because that is how it's dealt with. So there's nothing to concern myself with. The world's still being dealt with as it actually presents itself. Good, because it means lives aren't going to be put at risk. The minute we reach the point of idiocracy where the idiots are running the asylum, then we'll have buildings built at angles to other buildings and they'll start falling over and shit. Then I'll worry. I don't have to,
have you not gotten messages from people encouraging you, telling you you're doing God's work? Continue on. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're doing the work of God by bringing a truth out, a fact?
Yeah, it reminds me of a story I literally went through with my wife yesterday in the same conversation about being a lion. She was talking about this in the same exact context you are. And I told her about a podcast that Mike Tyson was on. And he's talking to a prize fighter. And he said the same exact thing. Do you feel like you're doing God's work? Do you feel like God's watching over? Do you feel like you're blessed by God? And the guy went, yeah. And Tyson says, well, the devil's watching you too.
Yeah, that's the ballers that you deal with week in and week out.
I don't think they are the devil. They're just people.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're the devil, but you brought it up. Well, I brought it up, so it's said that the devil's a liar and he was a murderer from the beginning. So really, what you're dealing with, that people are outright lying to you when you're going through measurements with them and they're telling you they could get it with a trundle wheel. You said it earlier. They outright got to lie to themselves. So what's happening is they're just being driven by the liar.
Yeah, so their actions are guided by a demonic, satanic, if you want to put it into this allegory. Is that the correct word?
Just the world, the god of this world, let's say.
Yeah, well, the demon of this world is ruling them when they lie. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you rule, you're a god, and he's considered the god of this world system, let's say. And this world system is heliocentric.
We're going to get a bit more interaction from our Discord server.
So, Peanut Gallery, chime in.
Is Leah Brown a newbie? Leah Brown Taboo. Is it tattoo or taboo? Tattoo.
Yeah, she came in the other day. I seen it in, somebody gave her a link. How you doing?
May not be actually in front of a microphone.
Hello, guys. I'm not a lady. I'm a dude. I'm just in the garden. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, very clear.
Ah, awesome. Yeah, just in the middle of doing my garden. I didn't hear the last bit, sorry. What was the question?
Nothing, I was just encouraging some interaction from the Discord server. It was nothing personal to you, don't worry about it.
Oh, cool, okay.
Well, how long you been part of Flat Earth Debate?
Oh, quite a while, actually. I've been watching since at least when Arwen was part of it. So, yeah, about that long. But, yeah, I really like how unapologetic the panel are. Yeah, it's very. It's been really enlightening for me, just to be able to sort of like approach the subject and, like as Nathan's saying now, yeah, regardless of what anyone thinks, it's the same thing. It's like it's not going to change the fact that you're going to need a horizontal base to find a GP to Polaris, for example. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of breath.
Perfect. I mean, the Polaris one from a couple of years ago tells me exactly how long you've been listening if you've been coherently putting that across to other people. But at the moment, I think it's even more simplistic than that, right? When you acquire the GP to a star, Polaris in this instance, right? The only reason you're doing it is so you can derive distances, right? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to create a radius value for a circle of equal elevation. Well, the radius value, which is also convoluted between 60 and 69 miles, is a horizontal linear distance derivation. So, yes, we're measuring elevation angles, but the purpose of the angles is to give us the distances, isn't it? That's what we really want out of that endeavour. So it all, to me, boils back to the distances. Now, as long as I'm not the one measuring them, I can't be held to task when they're wrong because they've gone through all sorts of processes and distortions. But ultimately, regardless of how wrong they are in terms of the distortions and the gerrymandering and the map fiddling, distances themselves must comport to their linear horizontal nature when you ascribe them to any land surface ever, to any area of equal elevation, to any circle of equal altitude, to any elevation angle measurement. All of it, derived or inferred, measured or implied, it all has to be horizontal when you talk about distance. So for me, we've taken the step from understanding the complexities of celestial navigation, understanding the complexities of the grid acquisition, to understanding the simplicity of a simple declaration of distance. Distance is where it all begins. The inference of sphericity can also be derived, like Buck found out, from distance. Drop over distance, you say? There's no getting away from the horizontal linear nature of distance when referencing Earth. So for me, this is the icing on the cake. I'm sure there'll be something else down the line. Don't get me wrong. There's always something new. But at the moment, that's the tip I'm on. I'm like, how can I make this simple as possible for next man? If I'm asked about it, how can I reduce this to as the minimum amount of words to get this person to bugger off if I'm at Legoland and I just want to go on the next ride? How can I end the conversation quickly but politely and get the message across instantaneously? Well, for me at the moment, I feel that distance is the most concise route to that end.
I agree 100%. Yep. No doubt about it.
Like the last thing that you want to do in that instance is pull out a menu and go, well, for starters, here's an ice wall, you know?
Yeah, you've definitely been around a while, eh?
I like this guy.
Yeah, me too.
I was, I like really, I got you, I saw the Jesse Lee Peterson interview with Dave Weiss. And as I watched it, all I could hear in my mind, I was like, the panel going like, he's asking this question like 25 times now, you know. And I noticed that he's interviewed, he's done a debate with Mark Sargent and an astrophysicist. I don't know who the guy is. And I asked, in the chat the other day, because usually I'll ask the chat, like Christian or Divergent Droid, and be like, do we still like put some video submissions in? And then you were like, I'm not a blockbuster. I was like, that was great.
I remember.
That's what I was asking. But awesome.
My bad. Yeah, I do flip hot and cold. So 1 minute I'm appealing to my audience to supply videos, and then when I get them, I'm like, I'm not this person. How dare you? Sorry.
Oh, it was funny. It made me laugh. I was just like, yes. That was really fun. Yeah.
I tried to tell you, maybe it's somebody that's just suggesting a video to go over, like you ask.
Very amusing that that's you. I did think about who that might have been. That came up and it's like, no, this guy's a flat earther. I was like, I don't care.
Yeah, it made me laugh. But so I went to Mark Sargent and kept like, instead of talking about measurements and stuff, he just kept like fiddling with this like trinket of like the AE map, you know, that like Dave Weiss probably sells in his shop, and just kept referring to that. And I was just like, of all people, like, it's just such bad representation. And I kind of hope that when you do your book tour, that you sort of consider the Jesse Lee Peterson show, because I feel like he's interested in the subject. Because twice now he's sort of had people on, and it's been awful. Kind of funny in the first instance, but yeah, just a bit of a letdown from Mark, I thought. I don't
add it to the list. That's something I was meaning to do. So I've asked my wife, once the book's complete and we've finished editing it, would you like me to continue to give you my PayPals so that you can act as my PA? Because I remember Refracted Curvature 2 years ago when this was originally going to be the case, and I was going to go out and tour with the book, but then we ended up editing it. Moreover, someone tried to steal it from me. Nevertheless, when the process first began, Refracted Curvature was like, what you need to do is have somebody as a buffer, a go-between, PA, whatever you want to call that person, to contact others on your behalf to get you onto their show. And it hit home enough for me to say to my wife, I want you to do that if you're willing. She was like, yeah, no worries. But what I need to do, let's just write this down, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Send them a copy. All of these people that your wife is going to reach out to.
That's what I will be doing. So I'll be contacting people like that. And this is something I discussed a couple of years ago with the publisher, which is to say there'll be an ability to offer up an electronic copy for free to somebody who I'm going to go on and promote the book with. and also in so doing offer them the ability to have an affiliate link and take 30% of the sales value of the book that sells through their link if they were to put it underneath their show. So they don't have to do anything other than provide bank details and put a link under their show, and then they can become an affiliate, so that it will hopefully encourage that person to promote my book as much as I do, and they get 30% of the sales. Nobody's going to turn their nose up at that free money, right? So that is something that's already in situ, in place, and has been tested. It's already been done. My publisher has already tested it with one of his other authors who he's already selling books for, and that process works already. Now, I'm sure it's since been refined, so it probably works really well now. But yes, absolutely, they'll get a copy of it that's for them specifically, along with a link to put the affiliate program in their show. But yeah, I want my audience to start giving me suggestions of who to contact. It's the rule of 10, so if I can get my wife to contact 100 people, there's a good chance I'll get onto 10 shows. That's just how it works. It's just back to the sales statistics in this regard. So that's one, Jesse Lee Peterson. I'll stick it on the list.
Eddie Bravo, Joe Rogan, Mark Sargent. All of these people that have bigger platforms can promote this thing, and it could be very, very good, Nathan. I don't see anything bad happening from it.
No, it just requires work like anything. I'll need to go out and actually physically promote it. But I can do that, and I'm battle hardened. I said this yesterday. When some see you next Tuesday is surprise, got to see you next Tuesday to talk to you. I'm like, all right, so you're not actually inviting me on to discuss this subject matter with you as an individual, as the host. You've instigated a debate without telling me. That will happen, probably 1 in 5 visits, I expect. That's my expectation.
Yeah, wow, what a rude awakening when they realize there is no debate.
But there's going to be people out there, like, I can't remember what the black guy's name is that went up against Dave Farina, but that was the same scenario. He's on the guy's show, on camera, sat next to him, and then, surprise, here's Dave. And before you know it, that guy's offering up the same sentiment that I offered, which is you'd get your nose broken, because he said it to Dave. Now, Dave got to laugh, because in that exact scenario, although he's not highlighting it in the way I have, Dave gets to do that. Doesn't change what Dave is societally. A dweeb. An adenoidal dweeb that people don't like when they're saying, actually, in the bar. But they are definitely the type of person that gets their nose broken. Like that guy explained. I can't remember. Can anybody remember that guy's name? Who I'm talking about? He looked like...
I can't remember, but I know who you're talking about.
I called him Cat Williams because he looks like that guy, that comedian. It wasn't. It's someone else. Like Jamal or someone. I can't remember his name. Anyway, he echoed the same sentiment. To be honest, on Friday's show, I kind of got a little bit of my disdain from him in his attitude towards Dave. That's kind of where I gleamed a little bit of it from. Obviously, with me, it was more preemptive. I've thought about it, as opposed to just a gut reaction, which is what he was doing.
You're talking about Lord Jamal.
Maybe. I can't remember who the guy was. But he basically said to Dave, if you were in front of me, I'd smack your teeth out. When he started calling him sweetheart. I watched that happen. It was some TikToker goes up.
Yeah, it is Lord Jamal, Nathan. He looks like Cat Williams, right?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right, I'm either going to have to round out or encourage you guys to talk to each other temporarily. Let's give it a minute and see which one it's going to be.
And you're saying he's with who came on? Professor Dave, right?
Yeah, I need to step away temporarily. Who's in Discord?
Okay. Don't worry, somebody will talk to me. I'll just read it out. Crapping all over Flat Earth, the Lord Jamal live on Godfrey's podcast. It was Professor Dave, so it is Lord Jamal. Now that's a guy you can get on. We'll put him down. We'll mark him down as a guy. Don't worry, we'll get a list of 100 together for you, Nathan. Right, Len? I'm sure you can come up with about 10.
What was that? Sorry, Neil?
Got to get a list of 100 people that Nathan can, Nathan's wife could reach out to promote the book, and Nathan himself to be on a show if they have it. So I'm sure you can figure out 10 people.
Yeah, I'll stick a list together, but one that I've not heard anyone mention's IPR, Infinite Plane Radio. Can't really think off the top of my head, to be honest.
Yeah, well, when you get time, you think, I'm putting a little list together. If everybody does a little, Nathan has 100.
Yeah, but I agree with like 1 in 10 if you're doing sales and marketing.
Absolutely.
But in this sense, you'd be going to people with a relative interest in the topic, so I don't think it would be quite as extreme as the 1 in 10.
Yeah, I'm thinking the opposite too. I'm even thinking if they don't have an interest in a topic and it just catches their attention, like, whoa, what's this? Flat Earth? You guys got a book? Never know.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I think this is the calm before the storm. Like, it seems like it's just blah, blah, blah. Nobody's showing up. And the Uncut and After Show, you got 10, 15 people. It's a miracle to get 20, right? And even with the shows, other than going into the freaking circus with our lion on Fridays, it's becoming like, I don't want to say boring, but it's becoming monotonous. I consider it the calm before the storm.
But with like the late night shows, when I was with my past partner, she'd want me attention on the night, so I never used to be able to watch the late night ones. But these days, now I'm single, I can do as I please and catch up on it.
You talking about the Uncut and After Show on my second channel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it will stimulate interest as I go out on these shows. So I've added Godfrey to the list. I actually watch that guy quite regularly. If it's the guy I'm thinking of. It's like the Godfrey character is like an impressionist, right? Does impressions. Comedian.
Godfrey's a comedian, yeah.
Yeah, I watch him regularly. I didn't notice him that had Jamal on against Dave. I didn't realise that was him. Weird, because I do actually watch him. Oh, okay. I like his show. I say I like his show. I like him. So often I don't know who his guests are, so I'll be in his chat. And quite frequently, they give you a little crown if you're the most chatty person in the chat. Well, I'm quite often hashtag Nathan Oakley #1 in Godfrey's chat when he's doing his re-ups and his podcasts and such. And normally I haven't got a clue who he's talking to. So I'll be talking to some guy and everybody in the black community knows exactly who he is. And I'm like, who's this guy? And they're like, do you not know who he is? And my assumption is that because I'm called Nathan, they assume I'm black and therefore should automatically know who he is. And it's like, no, I don't know who this guy is. You'll have somebody on there that's played Bruce Lee or Muhammad Ali or someone of importance in terms of, black recognition for a black character throughout history that's been played by an actor, and I won't have seen the film. I'll be like, I didn't know who was playing that character. I didn't know that film existed. But what it did teach me while I was realising things like this watching Godfrey is that there's even segregation in movies. So there's like black superhero movies that are put out there. Do you know what I mean? There are movies specifically made for the black community. And I wasn't even aware of them. I'm like, well, why would I be? They're not being marketed to me. Yeah, segregation even continues in movie making. Self-instigated too. Do you watch Godfrey's podcast? Anybody here watch Godfrey? His podcast is called In Godfrey We Trust.
No, but I know who he is.
Watch him, he's really good. He's very funny. Just certain people have got... Go on. Certain people have got what I would call comic timing. I've got it to a certain extent without blowing my own trumpet. I know how to be funny, but I'm not funny. You know, like that isn't my main skill, if you know what I mean. Whereas it is his, right? He knows how to be funny. And, you know, that's one of the hardest jobs, in my opinion. Being funny, if you're an entertainer, is one of the hardest things to do. To be funny is really hard. Everybody thinks they've got a good sense of humour. Everybody thinks, like I just said, that they're funny. Most people aren't. You know what I mean? It's actually more of a rarity. And the reason I watch him is because he makes me laugh. And by that I mean I actually laugh out loud when listening to him. Like, he can actually make me make a laughter sound. Often I'll watch comedians and they don't make you laugh. They might make you chuckle or shrug your shoulders a little. You know, your shoulders will go up and down like an internal laugh. But very few people can actually make me laugh out loud, like actual laughter. Laughter itself is something that's kind of a feeling that's kind of uncontrollable. So when it happens, it's really noticeable when you laugh. Like, sincerely laugh. Because things happen, like, physiologically. When you're laughing, you often run out of breath. You know what I mean? You're doing it involuntarily, so it's not like you've taken a massive gulp of air before you start laughing at something. So quite often you'll run out of breath when you're laughing. But when things like that happen, that's when I pay attention to somebody. If I think, is this person actually funny? Especially when they declare themselves to be a comedian, then the standards go up even higher, right? Yes, Nathan. Well, I hope you all watch a Godfrey guy. He's one of the ones I'll add to the list in terms of trying to get in front of him. But as a fan.
So we'll put him on the list.
I have, but
we'll put him on the hit list.
Sure, but it's one of those that I'm talking about him a bit more because I'm actually a fan. Like, it, you know, when you... It's not like he's a hero or anything, but...
My standards go lower.
For somebody who says they're a comedian?
Yeah.
Why?
Because
that makes no freaking sense. You're just being controversial now, aren't you, Eli?
No, it absolutely
You got a guy too, Eli. Don't forget about your guy. You still got to plug into...
Hold on. Go ahead. I'm intrigued. You said the standards go down. I want to hear how you justify that nonsense.
Because while I'll be on a date watching a comedy, I'll have hard-ass critic over here, not over here, but just in general, like, you know, and they're like, this is supposed to be funny. It's not the best of the best. Meanwhile, I've opened up myself to something that's supposed to be funny. So now I'm like, well, I'm supposed to take this as a laugh versus criticizing it, waiting for the best joke to come. I'm letting even the simplest things catch my funny.
Oh,
because
I see what
that's
you mean.
how I get the most enjoyment.
And now that does make sense. So you're saying because there's a an understanding that this is to be taken lightly, literally to be taken lightly, you will. Therefore, it's easier to find something funny because your mindset is to take it lightly. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
I was trying to be controversial, but it's a good point.
No, it is a good point because, like you say, that your mindset isn't I must take this person seriously when they're saying no, I am actually a comedian. I'm here to take the piss out of things and have a laugh. I mean, that's true for most people anyway. But if you're like Godfrey does, literally say that he says I am a comedian. I am trying to make people laugh, and he accepts that that's sort of what he's trying to do with his show and how he's being. So, like I say, as when you assess somebody, it's not like, can this podcast host be funny? It's just, this person's calling themselves a comedian. They better be funny.
Yeah, so Killer Priest is on your list. You got to come up with 9 more, Eli.
Killer Priest. I'll add Killer Priest to the list as well.
Nathan, add Infinite Plane Radio as well, mate.
I'm playing Fortnite now, but I will add both Killer Priest and Infinite Plane Radio. Infinite Plane Radio, is that not Tim Osman?
Yes, it is Tim Osman. I believe there are 2.
Yeah, I've heard of Tim. I've heard Tim Osman, and he occasionally crops up on my shorts doom scrolling. I am making like a 60-second CapCut video.
Whoever said the horizon's Earth curve?
I should step back into the comedians. Nathan, have you heard of a comedian called Steve Hughes, Australian guy?
Steve Hughes?
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic comedian. One of the best in my opinion. If you get the chance, I know you've just said you're playing games, but he has a little bit which you'd be able to find by searching Steve Hughes Offended, and it's going on about the sticks and stones. It's only a couple of minutes long, but I think that's quite relevant for...
I can't remember more than 3, so I'm going to I've stopped playing my game, and I'm going to write this down.
I'm going to put 10 together, and I'm going to...
Steve Hughes.
Put a masterpiece. It'll be easier to get the list.
Killer with a H. Priest.
Oh no, Steve Hughes was just for something funny to watch.
What was the third one?
He did have a podcast, but I don't know if he'd really...
What was the third one? So there's Steve Hughes, Killer Priest, and you said one more a second ago.
IPR, Infinite Plane Radio.
Lord Jamar.
Infinite Plane Radio. Okay. Yeah, if anybody else has got any other suggestions for people I can go out and promote my book to, for that list, that'll probably end up being one show. You know what I mean? One of those 10 people that have written down so far will actually say, yeah, okay, I'll have you on.
You think it's going to be one. You better be ready.
They will. It's just a general rule of sales if you're cold calling somebody about anything. That's all I'll be doing.
That's something that's groundbreaking.
You sound like a wonderful salesman. I'd employ you, Neil.
You can run from the topic all you want. It is groundbreaking, eye-opening, and paradigm shifting. Nathan, you survived. Look at all the people that have come and gone. You're still standing.
I'm a survivor. No? Yeah, I feel
I don't know
sorry
why
for
you're
the people
taking
who
it so
didn't.
light, Nathan. You're
I'm
still
just-
standing over a long period of time. when a lot of people have gone back on the ball.
Yeah, I got you. I was just about to respond to that. So it does kind of, I do feel a bit sorry for those who fell at the last hurdle. Like, I'm talking about how I've now reached inner peace, and those guys have experienced a reset and gone back on the ball, flip-flopping their way back onto the ball, right? You go, if you were the last one off the train, and like, yeah, I've decided I'm back on the ball now, it all makes sense if there's a load of swimming pools, blah, 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 right? And then someone comes along and says, all measurements are flat. It doesn't make any difference, silly subject. We were all deluded into being in this argument. It's all flat. That's the, like, silver bullet that everyone was asking for 10 years, where it's just measured flat. I can't remember if it was 6 months ago now, but relatively recently I was talking about how you've got to have people accept this as having always been the case. That's what, do you remember I was arguing with Jin about it? Like, no, they'll be liars.
I was actually in 24/7, the English hub. No, sorry, I was in the English hub this morning. That's how I came in.
Can't
late,
hear
and that's
you,
why I'm on
Eli. Talk
Discord.
louder, please.
He's all right. I can hear him perfectly.
Yeah, so that's where I was this morning, which is why I just got here while I'm on Discord still. And this guy comes in. Actually, there's a few of them. One was very reasonable, actually. But ultimately, this guy asks two questions that were not related. So he's like, okay, so why do you believe in the flat earth? Do you know where the edge is? And then he also says, okay, so why do you believe in the flat earth? Why would they be lying or something like that? And I'm like, well, first of all, let's deal with the fact that you started with why do we think it's flat? And then you spent another 60 seconds asking the other thing. So do you want to know why we're here, or do you want to know where the edge is? Because I don't know that. You want to know the shape. So when I kind of summarized everything, he's like, okay, I don't want to know that it measures flat. Like, what's the shape of it? And I'm like, oh yeah, we don't know. And then he goes, well, how do you know that it's not round? And I said, well, round isn't a shape either. He's like, yeah, okay. How do you know it's not a sphere? Because the surface is flat. That's how. Practically used that way. Ultimately got into the whole example about landing and ascending from the runway in airplanes. And he's like, well, they use spherical trigonometry. I said, no, they don't. He's like, yes, they do. No, they don't. Ultimately, he's pushed. There's a few other flat earthers in there as well, helping out. And he's pushed to go get a link to where he starts talking about flight paths and run lines and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, just so we're all aware, like, you asked me, I was only going to respond to one question, and it's why I think it's flat. And my example was planes and the trigonometry used for ascent and descent in the runway. What you've just given us isn't that. The guy left, ultimately. You know what I'm saying? He left. They don't want to know.
I would have gave him distance.
Hold on, let me make his conclusion.
They don't want to know. They just don't. They don't want to know. They claim that they want to know, but they kind of give you resistance all the way there.
Yeah, it's not that they want to know when they're asking. They want you to be wrong. So they want you to tell them how it's flat so that they can show you how you're wrong. And in this case, he's telling you about spherical trig and whatever the other flight plans. Like, okay, you could now argue back and forth about how your descent, as you use as the example, is using trig and therefore needs parallel planes. But my attitude recently is like, well, why? It's like, let him. The only reason he's having that discussion with you is to make you wrong. Yep. Because he can't prove he's right. When he talks about spherical trig, you're like, okay, well, what does that really mean? Now, in years gone by, I'd feel compelled to explain how the celestial sphere was created and the coordinate system that's used. But now I don't feel that way. It's like, okay, if that's how you're happy, does it make you happy? You should start putting the shoe on the other foot. All right, how long have you believed you were on a ball for? Oh, was that what you used to believe you were on a ball? That's really interesting. Just lean into it.
Oh my God. You are backing out. I see. That's why I understand exactly what you did. I was there for that whole thing with you and Brian and the planes taking off and landing, how they use trigonometry, but then they could go and get you into the wrangle-dangle of the bullcrap contradicting spherical trigonometry when you could just hold them to distance. I've been just using a compass lately and telling people to point to me north, south, east, and west. And I'm freaking done because you can't go nowhere with that.
That's right, because they're definitely not going to point up to the sky when they point north.
And when they do, I'm going to laugh my ass off. I'm telling you, man, the compass is eye-opening. Direction is eye-opening. Freaking distance is eye-opening because everybody can comprehend that. And they can't make any excuse for it. What's the argument for distance? Or even like John says, give me the freaking debate or argument over an inch. They can't go nowhere with that. At least my son can. We got to that whole history thing, and then he freaking mocked me for being a flat earther, and I'm supposed to understand what how to comprehend the Bible. And I slapped my phone on the table and said, "Here's a compass. Show me north, south, east, and west right freaking now." Didn't point up, didn't point down. Game, set, match. And my youngest son comprehended it totally. He just sat there with a smirk on his face.
When you said that to him, Neil, did he have a smirk like he had made a point?
No, my older guy just stood there and he went to 2 points in the sky. And while he was saying that, my little guy, my son Jedediah, Jude, sitting in the corner, just had a smirk on his face like, "Where you going to go now, Jake?" Because you can't go nowhere. He understands directionality. And it's all flat. It's all linear, straight. There are no curved paths here.
You know, the sad thing would be even if you held a compass and it pointed down, that would just mean your compass was broken.
No, but he understands. He's a Boy Scout. They like going, they like on, what do you call that? When you go in the woods, the trails. So he understands direction. He freaking knows damn well. When I slapped that phone on the table, I said, "Here's the compass. Point north, point south, point east, point west. You are never going to point up or you're never going to point down." And then he goes, "Yeah, but what about the 2 points in the sky? You still don't have an answer for that. That can only happen on a ball." I just explained to you, and you seen with a compass direction. What the freak are you talking about, ball? What ball are you talking about?
Well, he's talking about that could only happen in a ball from two flat planes antipodal each other. The description is he wants to give it. That's what he means. He just doesn't know he means that.
Yeah, in his mind, no matter what, he's still going to go back to that. It can only happen, using two, a flat Earth and a ball. Well, antipolar direction can't. Opposite star rotation can't happen on a flat Earth, but it works perfectly on a globe. You see, north happens here, go around the other side, south, and this is the way it happens here. Explain that, flat Earther.
In the north and in the south, you have two different spinning points in the. Yeah, you lost it north and south. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the directions. That's why I hit him with the compass first. But he still goes to that, and you say, "What are you talking about? You just pointed. You did not agree because you can't with directionality."
Remember a long time. And Neil, remember a long time ago when I had said that's why we have to, as ourselves, like way we practice telling, using the right terminologies and everything, so that we don't sound hypocritical, or how we tell the Globers not to use our terminology, because if they do, they're conceding right away. But anyway, that's why I try to myself, and I try to remind people, stop saying, "I'll be up there, I'll be down there." And when you say, "I'll be up there and I'll be down there," you kind of, even though, yeah, you can say, all right, but you know what I mean. No. When you're on this platform, you can't be saying things like that. And then when you're talking to people who already know that you're a flat earther, you can't talk things like that, because to them, they're whether they let you know or not, you are actually speaking their language. I'm going up to New York from Virginia. No, we got to stop using those terms.
Or to put it another way, we'll be using those terms regardless of our sphere beliefs if we hold them. Because that's what we're doing. If we're going up and down with respect to the axes on a two-dimensional map, and you call the map the top as we understand it, like for us, Scotland is up, London is down south, up north. It's like those are all directionalities in a flat orientation, though. Now, it's not to say that you can't spin the map around and then say, well, we'll call north.
Correct.
We'll call north the bottom. But it doesn't alter that we're still describing these things as two-dimensional directionalities.
See, we can say up and down. They can't.
Right.
Well, yeah.
I get it.
Well, it's okay. No. Let me just correct that on for Neil. Well, they can, but it's just back to you don't need to worry about this. Even if you've got a ball faith, you're still dealing with Earth as a flat plane, aren't you? They are still dealing with it this way. They're still using direction. So that's another reason to not worry about it.
Yeah, so the language isn't as big a deal when you understand that up and down is with respect to planar reference. The planar reference, when you're talking about things in the north being up and the things in the south being down, is the orientation of the map when it's held aloft.
So, John, Nathan, let me ask you a question. If you're laying a map on the table flat, why would you say up or down? Unless you have the map on a chalkboard, a vertical plumb wall, and you're using the map in that way, then I can see you saying up and down. But if you're laying it flat on the table, why would you say up and down? I'm just being pedantic on purpose. Why would you say up and down if you're laying it flat on the table?
If it's flat on the table, I'd say north and south. If it's up on a chalkboard, I could say up and down.
And why? But I'm saying, and then if you flip that paper around, like Nathan said, then you could say north is up and north. Why would you even use the terms up and down if you're laying it flat?
Well, you're changing your frame of reference.
You wouldn't.
Right. Hold on. You're changing your frame of reference, and you're bending your head over, and you're looking down, right? And then you're using the planar reference, like 90 degrees to the actual planar reference to describe another planar reference as being up with respect to that map. But that is not the correct use of the word up. But just as long as you understand that, you can say it that way. It's just colloquial You know.
I guess I always think about that song when you use colloquial thinking. When you use colloquial words and that old song that goes, say what you mean, still, what's that word? Mean what you say what you mean.
Can I give you an example? Right. We had a discussion one time. It's like sand that wall until you run your hand across it and it feels flat.
Smooth.
Right. You're changing the frame of reference to the wall. Right. There's nothing wrong with doing that. You're having to put qualifiers in, but you're not telling someone to flatten the wall. You're telling them to sand the wall until your hand runs across it and it feels flat. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I get it. Like I said, I'll just being pedantic, trying to.
No, it's fine. I've actually heard people make that as an argument for why it's a ball. I never think any say with a straight face anymore.
Yeah, just having a laugh now, eh? Why not? Often their position that they put to you, I now feel that almost compelled to do it back to them. Well, what does it matter? What difference does it make? I've still got to pay the mortgage tomorrow if you believe it's on a ball. What difference does it make? Because it doesn't.
Could you imagine getting flat earth math to admit that it doesn't matter after he spent more time than anyone else in this topic?
That's what I'm saying, John. Right now, I call it the calm before the storm. You guys think that everything's like stagnated or, it's sort of moving sluggishly, if that's even a word, but it doesn't have the same pop as it used to have. Well, there's a couple of reasons. We just ended everything with measurement, right? So that knocks a lot of chatter out of the way. And right now, the book's coming out. And when that book comes out, get ready. Buckle up. Because they're coming.
Victory Royale!
That's exactly what we'll be shouting. But
hold on. They're coming, Neil, and they're bringing their flat plane with them.
You're darn right. And they're not coming with anything measuring curve. They're coming with character assassination on all of us.
I'm such an easy target for that, Like they're gonna have a field day assassinating my character. They still don't change the measurements.
Right, but like Robotham, they'll just assassinate your character. No, you're a child abuser. You say things about women you don't even know. You call them whores. You say you want to break people's jaws. You're an ex-con. How many years did you do, Neil? Whatever dirt they're going to get on you, refracted. Whoever's got dirt, that dirt's going to be dug up. Somebody already dug up some shit on me already. I'm like, wow, these people are doing investigation.
It's fine, Neil. Like, does it change how the Earth gets measured?
No. That's what I'm saying. Buckle up because they're going to be coming at your character. Nothing to do with measurement. They can't fight against that. They'd be fighting against themselves.
Hey, Neil, they could burn me in effigy with change of measurement, wouldn't it?
Yeah, somebody freaking text me my rap sheet or something in a message. I'm like, wow, freaking people are really being affected by this. I could have sent them my rap sheet. It would have saved them trouble. Size of a roll of toilet paper, but I would have sent it in sections.
If Neil post felon, then Earth globe. Right? Know how that works?
Yeah. If convict, then wrong. If person's in a mental institution saying Earth is flat, he's wrong. Meanwhile, it has nothing to do. If the information coming out of that person is correct, then you must adhere to it. Measurement must be adhered to. Otherwise, you don't have cities, you don't have tunnels, you don't have bridges. If they did not adhere to the measurements or calculations from the measurements, then we don't have cities, we don't have bridges, we don't have tunnels, we have nothing.
That's not a big deal.
Adhere to it.
Neil, that's not a big deal. I mean, before there were buildings, everybody was living in the woods. But without it, there'd be planes falling out the sky, exploding in the sky, collision into one another, running into trees, running into mountains. Take the buildings away. You still need it, even if you go back and before the buildings were built. When the Wright brothers or whoever was the first person that flew, before the first skyscraper was built, still needed to have this same.
D-Rose?
No, my point is they had to.
Hold
They
on.
adhered to measurements. That's why we have these things.
Hold on a second. D-Rose, you said planes falling out of the sky. That is not the correct terminology for them. It should be curves inning from outer.
That's right. What plane are you talking about?
I got something better. It would be the Earth rising up and smacking the plane.
No, rising up is still with respect to a plane of reference. So, that
That's
wouldn't
correct.
work either.
Shout out to them.
Listen, measurements are adhered to. My brother just sent me a text now. He wants to change the carpet in his room. What's the first thing I have to do, Refracted?
You have to measure linear distance across the floor.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Well, only so you
Before
can
I
derive
can
a
give
drop
him a
from it.
price on anything, I have to measure length and width, and then I have to add it up, and then I could give him the price of labor. But measurement comes first. Now, I can measure one room, and if the next room is similar, by counting the ceiling tiles or whatever, I can calculate the other two, but it must adhere to the measurement.
There wouldn't be very much drop over that distance, though, would there? It's a very big ball.
In this case, it's so small, it's a sphere, right? But this one is the exact opposite. He measures his floor flat because it's so small.
I was being ironic in the respect that back in the days where we used to brace against the ball, you would essentially look for new arguments. I don't know if this is a dangerous game I'm playing if I start putting this out there, but to suggest that there isn't a big enough area to derive a drop over a distance with, that's bullshit, right? We've got a highly accurate methodology, but for the fact that the distance will have to be linear and horizontal to describe the drop from, if we were 3 years ago feeling like we were compelled to argue against the ball, we would, as flat earthers, in quotes, say, no, you can derive a certain amount of drop over any distance. Look where you get your 8 inches from. As opposed to today's rhetoric, which was, well, the mile that it'll be squared with respect to is flat. And you will need that, won't you? 8 inches per mile squared. It just seems so stupid when I think about it now. So we were arguing about squaring the flat earth mile. Does that not seem really stupid to anybody else now?
Well, yeah, hindsight's 20/20. Yes,
Yes, it is.
That was one of the.
Well, there's two
Like
types
when
of
I
people,
finally
isn't
got
there?
it.
There's the type of person that looks back and feels stupid, and the type that looks back and laughs. I'm the latter.
Well, I've done both now. I started out feeling stupid, and then I started laughing, and I probably laughed for the last year, or whatever it comes
Listen,
up.
we live and learn, but I used to fight. You guys were telling me I had to know heliocentrism inside out. I remember the show, and I was fighting for you. I was fighting with you guys saying, why do I have to know that if we know measurement? If we know it's measured flat, what the freak does the solar system mean anymore? Why do I have to know that stuff?
Well, it was selfish. For me, I need to know that stuff so that when I get onto a book promotion tour and I'm in front of somebody who starts asking me clever dick questions about heliocentrism, I can not only answer the question concisely, bring it back to the flat earth prerequisite it undoubtedly requires, and then immediately plug my book again, right? So for consistency,
I wouldn't do that.
to get to the buy my book and you'll read all about it, I need to be able to make that quickly, don't I? I need to say those words as many times as possible. But to do that, I need to be able to understand the ins and outs of heliocentrism to achieve said ends quickly.
Yeah, I just need to keep pointing them to the fact that it's measured flat.
Want to add something, Mickey? Go ahead.
Oh, hey. Yeah, this is very interesting because we're really entering into a new paradigm with all this. And I was just curious, listening to all this, man, how is your book gonna? I mean, are you gonna make changes to the book? Are you gonna maybe leave out Coriolis or keep it all in? Because it sounds like the paradigm we're focusing on. Do we need Coriolis? Does that even concern us?
Well, it's
10 chapters to Coriolis.
There is a chapter on Coriolis, and the chapter on
and I'm
Coriolis,
asking, is it relevant?
You sly fox.
Well, yes, it is, because we have to stop thinking that because we see it this way, the whole world sees it this way. We're falling into the trap that some of our opponents fall into. Just because we appreciate that Earth is required to be flat, that only offers you something, Mickey, me something personally. I can only have introspection as a result of that. That is to say, like on the live show, I was saying, I've found peace, and that's all I can ask for. But I can't give this gift to others. But you're doing one step worse, which is assuming that everyone will see it that way now. Now, in the outer general society, that they believe in a Coriolis force, most people, when hearing that terminology, automatically associate it with the world that they believe to be turning. So therefore, the book absolutely requires a chapter on stuff like Coriolis. As my opening book, it's nice that I'm transitioning out of the housekeeping stage of this journey that we're all on, because Next Man does need a transition away from their subject, that we would criticise Mark Sargent for holding up his flat Earth mouse mat in the form of the azimuthal equidistant North Pole-centric globe projection that he used when someone was moaning about him earlier. Well, I can transition out of that world that most people who are picking up my book for the first time will be absolutely in. This book will get gifted. The most common thing someone says to me about my book when they ask me about it isn't, when can I have it? It's, when can I give it to my friend? I want to gift it to this person. I want to give it to my cousin. I want to give it to my aunt. My brother-in-law really needs a copy of this book. I'm going to be giving this somebody as a Christmas present. Things like that. People tell me that they're going to be giving it to other people. And that is so common because people want to use it like a weapon against somebody who's stuck in a globe paradigm that they want to pull out of. So on the show, I'm like, I've had the chain taken off and I'm walking past people who are shouting at me that they want to keep it on. Well, the normies, the people in the audience at the circus, are loved ones of people who want to buy the book and gift it to somebody else. Well, that somebody else will hear Coriolis and go, well, that's the proof that Earth turns. In their mind, that one word means proof of Earth turn. So if I don't unpack it in the exiting strategy from heliocentrism, That's housekeeping. Into our current, now we can't project this onto everybody, realisation that it's flat regardless. That does put us individualistically and as a group in the here and now as a set of people that have a piece that we found as a realisation of all of this relinquishment that you suggest the book should now suffer. But for Normie, their alternative is bloody Mark Sargent and his azimuthal equidistant. Dave Weiss with he doesn't really know it's flat, it could be a big ball. What they need is an exit from all of those things, and the housekeeping offers it them. So if I were to write a second book, it would be about, just chill, it's flat, or something like that as the title, and that would echo your sentiment that you're asking about. So I do appreciate, that's why this is a long answer, your sentiment and why you're asking about it. Because from our perspective, Coriolis becomes utterly inconsequential. It's, for me now, just to address what you've said, yeah, it's inconsequential. It's just filling up my head with stupid stuff that I can't stand and didn't want to learn about. I freaking hate Coriolis. It's a really long subject too. In chapter terms, it's one of the longest. Paula, was it Coriolis the longest chapter so far out of the 7?
Definitely.
My wife, my mother of my kids, said, yes, it's very confusing. And she's, one helping me edit it with me alongside her to explain it. And we're deciding of all of the different variations and intonations in the various ways I've described it redundantly about 6 different ways, which of the 6 we need to keep in an incredibly long chapter. Because when I'm going through it with her, I'm like, keep it all, keep it all, keep it all. Just like, well, you're saying the same thing in 5 different ways from 5 different perspectives. Go on.
I'm sorry, but as a contingent necessity of Coriolis, you need 2 planes of reference. You need a non-inertial and inertial. What's wrong? Why would that be hard to explain to somebody?
Not hard to explain. What's hard to do is incorporate into an old chapter that was already written with a heliocentric mindset into a conversion to our current rhetoric. So in the chapter, I've currently got to incorporate the notion that this requires a flat plane as you've just described, with the non-inertial and inertial turning flat planes of reference that are described and necessitated for the real Coriolis effect. I've got to deconstruct the idea of Coriolis being applicable to a globe Earth that isn't turning, that's requiring flat Earth measurements, and simultaneously educate the reader on what Coriolis is in the first instance. So it becomes quite a complicated little package to put together for that chapter, because I've got to, like I say, explain what it is, explain how it doesn't relate to a globe that they currently believe potentially as they're reading it in, and how Earth is also measured flat to acquire both this notion of Coriolis that's real and that doesn't apply to an Earth that would need to be flat even if you were applying it incorrectly to a globe Earth that we've measured flat. That's quite a lot to actually put into the chapter and make it digestible and have a couple of dick and fart jokes in. I'm only joking. There is no dick and fart jokes in the in the chapters like that.
Right, but listening to you, it's a monster,
It's a big chapter.
It sounds like Coriolis should be a book almost on itself. And then, permit me just to add a couple of thoughts here. The other is, in your book, are you addressing gravity, outer space?
Yeah,
how far are you going? And yes. With this new revelation that we're having, how much of it, should actually be its own book?
Well, all of it's just based on housekeeping questions. So the development of the book has evolved from it starting off being housekeeping. That would be just what it was. But over the time period that it's been cooked up, it's been the case that the rhetoric on the show, I'm trying to be a bit more expansive in my language, has altered. Therefore, the book has gone through many different drafts. Now, in between, there's also, a bit of nefarious intent from people who allege to be friends, but that also made it into the book to make it a bit more juicy in terms of its ending. So from the perspective of what the skeleton of the subject matter is, it's housekeeping. And what is housekeeping? A malformed question that relied upon flat earth measurements that kept you on a ball that is within the notion of being on a ball, unpacked from within those malformed questions. Well, I can unpack them each as chapters and pad around those chapters the anecdotal, let's call them stories about the people within the community between those chapters to keep, your average housewife interested whilst reading about it. Now, that sort of balance is what will make the book, that will make it substantive or worth money. Let's put it that way, right? So, it doesn't necessarily mean that the chapter on Coriolis needs an entire book dedicating to it. It just means that when you get to that chapter as a reader, you'd be like, bloody hell, this is a bit heavy going. Now, for those who are enlightened in regards to Coriolis, enlightened in regards to how the globe Earth functions, as claimed by globe believers, how that functionality required a flat plane to instigate a ball to believe in to apply Coriolis to, and how it does not apply to the Earth we inhabit, then you will read it and go, oh, well, what was the big deal? Very well phrased, Nathan. You missed a comma here. But for Joe Normie, who picks up that chapter, bearing in mind I want this to sell to everybody, they've got to be able to read through that chapter and be able to deconstruct a belief that they've got, recognise that Earth is measured flat and that Coriolis applies in a certain manner to true circumstance, but not the ball. Or, and like I say, it may be that all of what I've just described and summarised, it may not still include that when we go through the final read through. I mean, we've done that chapter, Coriolis. I don't think we've done the gravity chapter yet. Elements of space have been covered in the chapters up until now, the 7 that we've done. So, there's various different bits that haven't been edited in to be in line with the current rhetoric. But Coriolis, by chance, is. And, it's a painful process incorporating all of these notions into a chapter and making it readable. And, also highlighting or keeping along the main theme of Earth's measured flat regardless, which is what John just said, right? It requires a flat plane of reference.
Nathan, I agree. This is going to be so good because after all of that, like, you're going to explain it and break it down perfectly. I have total confidence in reading that. It's going to be excellent. But then you could just end it with all of this is irrelevant because it's measured flat and it's about housekeeping. I think you should end the book with the most important housekeeping question we've had. And that's the final one.
Get out of it, you. I suggested this yesterday.
Oh, but think about it, because it's about housekeeping, and the only relevant housekeeping question is there any other way to measure Earth other than flat?
Hang on, Nathan's got this recorded from me yesterday. You've tried to nip me poems, now you're trying to take this off me. What's going on?
Like minds, baby. That would be great. This is going to be awesome.
I
think it's just very... sorry. Can I speak? It's okay.
Well, I was just going to add one more thing, which is to say that there's a guy who gets named. I did tell him in his comment section, not that he probably gives a crap because he's a big famous YouTuber, but Carl Jobs features in my anecdotal part of the Coriolis chapter because it's a subject that I despise. And Carl Jobs has described how a gamer playing a game called Doom, or Doom 2 to be specific, mastered a level with very tightrope-like walls that he had to walk along the edges of that were only a couple of pixels wide. And this particular speedrunner's frustration, because he's having to go slow and all he wants to do is go fast. But in so doing, he masters these walls and became an expert at them and was beating everybody because he could do it. But it didn't alter the fact that he hated these walls, the gamer, that is, that's playing the game. He hates them. Now, that when Carl Jobs explains this, how he phrased it for me to be able to concisely summarise it like I've just done, means that Carl Jobs, not the gamer, gets a mention in the book. He's had to be given a new fake name. And I contacted him and said, oh, by the way, I could talk about you in my book. I've given you this as your fake name. And he gets talked about. And that's why, because Coriolis to me is that chapter where I not only hate talking about it, I hated learning about it, and I hate fucking writing about it. Excuse my language. It's a nightmare. That's why I piped up and asked my wife, as she happened to be in the kitchen while we were talking about it. She'd just got home. I'm like, Coriolis, love, what do you reckon? She's like, what a nightmare chapter. That was her general sentiment. She said it's very complicated. Because it is. It's horrible.
Find a way to bypass it.
Nathan, no, let me just say something. I'm just going to say, Nathan, I mean, I was on the, I was saying to you, condense it. That's the way I felt. Do you feel that because you resent that topic so much and you hate it, that you're actually like dragging it out a little bit? Where, there's not. Hang on a minute, because as far as I'm concerned, anything that's not attached to a fucking spinning reference frame, like a hovering helicopter, right, would appear to drift. That doesn't. You could explain it quite easy. You don't have to go into loads of detail, I don't think.
Even if you observe deviation.
I think you hate it, Nathan.
Pardon me. Even if you observe deviation, it would be deviation with respect to a point of reference. So what good is that going to do?
One deck for you, it should be that way. But remember, there is going to be people, and Nathan addresses Coriolis. He covers it from head to toe. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, they're saying there's an Earth-based Coriolis, which anything detached from the spinning globe will appear to drift. It doesn't happen. Right? Their rebuttal was, or used to be, it moves
What
with the
about
atmosphere.
conservation of momentum?
Hey, I'm going to pull.
Yeah, so there's no deviation then. So it's quite, you can boil it. It's quite simple, really.
So I'm going to pull Nathan's coattail and say, can you say Coriolis without saying?
Momentum is with respect to a plane of reference.
Can you say Coriolis without saying effect?
Well, you got the Coriolis force, the Coriolis cause, and the Coriolis effect.
Okay, but cause and effect. Okay, so basically, it's not real. It's just an effect, right? Like you get hit in the head and you see stars, or you spin around with your head pointed downward on the back.
No, it's not real. It's
not real. Right?
Illusion.
Thank you. That's what I mean. So it's really like, I mean, you can talk about it if you want to, but it's not really necessary to talk about because it's just an effect. It's not real. Period.
Well, you have to if you're writing a book about flat Earth debate. But because think about it, there is Coriolis. It's just not Earth-based Coriolis. You go in a roundabout and you throw a ball across, it's going to look like it's curving. So that is true. Just we don't have it here on Earth. Because everything I throw, like one deck said, would show a deviation. I could play ball with my son in the yard, and I should be seeing a deviation.
But the deviation would still be with respect to a plane of reference. So
that's correct.
What would that
That's correct.
Like?
But it all comes down to that, well, the stars aren't moving, they're just appearing to move because they're spinning underneath it. Well, if that's the case, if we had a helicopter hovering, then the continents would move underneath the helicopter. Well, we've got an atmosphere. It's moving with the atmosphere. Well, in that case, that wouldn't happen then. There's no Coriolis. What?
Atmo what?
The stars are spinning with respect to what plane of reference?
The horizontal plane of reference of Earth.
Well, how do we measure it? I mean, okay, if you're into it 10 years and stuff, okay, you're into deep subjects and Coriolis and stuff. But I mean, most people I talk to have no clue how any measurement is made of Earth. They think that there's like things flying around in space and they've got it all figured out and NASA must know it all and they have no clue. They have absolutely no clue how you would even get to the point where you would start to do a measurement.
They have no clue about how Earth is measured.
Sosthenes measured angles and between two distances on the surface of Earth.
That's correct.
Right, but if you're talking about spin, you're going to take the position of a star over time, right? And it's how much it moves left to right from the plane of reference. the point it reaches back to the point from before. That's such a.
Did you say time, John?
Yeah, time. That's how you describe time as well.
Uh-oh.
Plane of reference.
Need a plane of reference for time.
We're looking at the stars. They're appearing to move overhead. I think that's because the globe's spinning. How can I put that through the scientific method?
Pardon me. You think it's because the globe's spinning? You said overhead. That's with respect to a plane of reference.
Oh dear.
Over and under, or with respect to a plane of reference, not.
Oh my goodness! There's no way to go.
In terms of phraseology, hold on, let me just
John.
hold on, just one sec, one deck. Is that a new one? Overhead specifically. I don't think we've used that as the wording previously. Am I wrong?
Nope, that's
overhead.
brand new.
That's new, right? I know we've had up and down and overhead. That's a new one. I like it.
Same thing as underneath.
Yeah. But we've had it in different phraseology up until now. That's the first time it's been used in that term, overhead, right? Previously, we've had, above and up.
Because one deck just used overhead. He got caught.
No, I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to demean one deck. I'm just saying sometimes in these funny discussions, you end up pulling a new word out. I mean, I stop to highlight it because these become triggers. Now, I applaud John because he's more often triggered to mention them where they may, on occasion, slip past myself. And I'm sure he gets to have a little wry smile now and again, where he's like, I'd have caught that one. Nathan didn't catch that one. And he probably nudges his wife. Nathan didn't catch that one. I'd have caught that one. You know what I mean? Because it's just, it becomes a game. It's just a bit of a laugh. Where will the next flat earth plane of reference prerequisite be? And moreover, will you spot it or not? It's like the dancing bear, isn't it?
Yeah, it's exactly like that because we're describing motion, shape, or direction. It's always with respect to the plane of reference.
So just how many pages is your book, Nathan?
I don't know.
Approximately.
I keep asking my wife that question and she can't give me a straight answer. She doesn't.
No, but are we talking 500, 1,000, 2,000?
He's at 333 or 666.
No, it won't be anywhere near that. No.
3,959.
How about 365?
I don't know.
What Nick said.
No, joke aside. It's a serious question. I'm curious.
I think it'll be more than 2. Definitely more than 3 pages long.
Hey, that's my book.
Just, listening to just these discussions on Coriolis, my gosh, that's a book in itself of 300 pages.
I want it to be shorter. So initially, because it started off as a bit of a joke in that regard, because it's ended up being relatively lengthy, and I want to condense it. So I don't want it to be a heavy read. It is anyway. But I want to condense these things down and make them more concise. So I don't necessarily want, to add an extra 100 pages in just for the sake of explaining Coriolis 3 different ways. And that's where it's at currently. It's a bit too much. So there's going to be work on chapters like Gravity and Coriolis where I try and thin out the repetition of certain intonations about Coriolis. That I'll have to go, no, I don't want to keep this version of it. I've said it twice already in that way, so this way I'll have to get ditched. So, when you're trying to explain something complicated, it normally takes longer if you can't, if you just haven't got the consistency for something that's complicated. You end up explaining it 3 different times, 3 different ways in an attempt to try and make it simplistic for the person. Because no matter which way you dice it, you start explaining it, and at the end of the explanation, you go, that was quite complicated. Let's see if I can do better.
Yeah, so we're getting exactly to this point. I was kind of like thinking about recently, and that is, man, it's so big. I've always wanted to have an all-inclusive book where everything's in it. I give that book, and it's like the killer thing. I give that to my friend, or I gift it to this guy. He reads the book, and there will never be another question again. That was for a long time desire, but
I can give you an idea how long it is.
We're way past this now. It's like to get something that's precise, that's good, that's powerful, that's convincing, that's easy to read, that's somebody who's exposed to it for the first or only second time can actually capture it. I think you're going to have a lot of books to write.
Yeah, each of the chapters, if you want to look at them as being like a book. But I mean, overall, I think there's 12 chapters in total, and each chapter's got a B chapter section. So you could look at it as there being 24 chapters, but the B chapters might only be a couple of paragraphs because it's a little story, like an anecdotal chapter. So they don't warrant having their own chapter number. So from that perspective, each of the chapters ranges from, on A4, maybe 3 to 7, maybe pages for each chapter, but then there's a couple of chapters that are more than 10 pages long, and then each of those would probably end up, when in a book format, double pages, so double that amount. That's roughly where you're at in terms of how many pages. In other words, it's not something I can give you in an exact number, but that gives you an idea.
Let me ask you a question, Mickey. Do you think that everything has been covered on Flat Earth Debate? Do you think that we cover this topic pretty good? Yes or no?
Well, that's exactly the new thinking, the new thoughts that.
Just answer me, yes or no. Do you think it's covered from head to toe on Flat Earth Debate?
I'm answering your question here. I got here through conspiracy channels. You know what I mean? and as I'm here longer and longer, I realized that all these conspiracy things, it's a measurement is not a conspiracy. It's a fact. It's a measurement. So to separate all these subjects that are sort of fluffy is a very wise thing to do. And
do you think it's covered on Flat Earth Debate from head to toe? Yes or no?
Yes, Neil.
Okay, One Deck. Thank you very much for that. Very correct answer. So have faith in the book.
Let Mickey answer as you asked him.
I asked him a yes or no, and he gave me a whole story.
There was just a pause.
He
and then you
asked the question like Pamela Bondi.
He's allowed to pause for half a second to answer. Sometimes
on a yes or no question.
Oh my God! Yeah, even on a yes or no question.
Well,
can't he at least say yes or no and then give the explanation?
Because it requires discerning a little bit. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, I'm not the fastest thinker here.
That's fair enough, Mickey. I'm defending your honour here. Everyone else wants a quick answer. It's because I've been babbling on for ages, like with my points coming out, because it's about my book and I can be concise. You've got to have a moment to think. You're not me, but they want quick answers from you. It seems, my friend. My bad.
Right. And I'm quite willing
to a question like that. It's a simple question. Do you think that we cover the topic
as well?
You're just talking straight over Mickey. Bloody hellfire. Hold on, Mickey. I didn't hear a single word of that. Neil decided to yatter through the top of you for no reason.
I didn't fucking hear him.
He was in the middle of talking.
That's all right. I'm very happy to be here, and I will continue to be here, and has everything been covered? No, certainly not. You can't cover everything. Has everything that's necessary to be covered been covered here? I think we're finding out the more and more, the longer we're here, we're starting to. From your own statements, you guys are in here much longer than I am. and you've made a longer path. You have a long history in here, and to me it seems like, yeah, that's what it takes. It takes 10 years to sift through all the bullshit.
And that's all we've done. Sift through the bullshit. So absolutely good answer.
Okay.
Because
Okay, so
the book can't be all encompassing in terms of its answering of everything. And for that very reason, I'm in this subject. I've picked it because it's evergreen, which means there's always something new around the corner. So can it encompass everything? No. It can only incorporate what it does incorporate, which is the housekeeping element of the show, because that's something to focus on as you're producing a book. Doesn't mean it's going to be all encompassing. It doesn't mean it's going to convert every single glober to flat Earth either.
It's not there for that anyway.
Hey, I just want to say this. I just want to say, can he say yes or no to this? Does he agree regarding the Earth that it is flat? That FED is the only platform here that is substantiated irrefutably and indubitably that is measured flat, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We're not talking about whether it's in motion, Coriolis, and all this other crap, because we've even went through that. But as far as being leveled, linear, horizontal, a plane, everything that's talked about outside of all the feast of nonsense, whether it be Coriolis, whether it be whatever, the measurement of Mars, all this crap. Like John always says, respect to a plane of reference. We agree that that has been substantiated on FED. Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. I think the word yes and no eludes him. Number one, I've been listening to this show since 2015.
Got a minute.
Okay? Since 2015. Since 2015. And the topic has been covered from top to bottom. Okay? The book will do the same thing because it is a book about housekeeping. In those malformed questions, we covered everything pertaining to FED, flat earth debate. And we end it with measurement. If you think there's going to be another discovery, but that the earth could be measured even more flat than it is, have fun.
I think there will be. There's always something new on the horizon. It never ceases to amaze me how the rhetoric can fundamentally change regularly on this show. So for that very reason, I will continue to produce the show because it's evergreen, because it's ever changing. There's always new ways of putting things. So 2 years ago, the focus on elevation angles as per the diagram on screen now was a justifiable reason to think that's the end of it. There's nothing else to do. But today I can feel comfortable in being able to dismiss a conversation politely and give the person I'm dismissing it a clear understanding of how flat Earth is measured, whilst being able to walk away with my head high as a result of simple measurements in distance form. That gives me an out that I didn't have 6 months ago. Now, that's not to say that we weren't ever covering distance, but in terms of what the book's going to offer, it cannot ever be an all-encompassing anything. And housekeeping certainly wasn't. You even made your apologies in the middle of that little disclaimer when you said malformed. So even you recognise that to a certain extent, housekeeping is a rough around the edges way of getting somebody out of this subject when you want to convert somebody, right? In terms of being able to hand it to next man and have them convert. Because that's what I feel that when people tell me, this is why I highlighted it earlier, people saying, I'm going to give it to my cousin, I'm going to give it to my brother. It's like, do you think that my book will act as like a magic document that will convert heliocentrists to flat Earth? Because you're fighting against a power that no book can ever overcome in that regard. What is cognitive dissonance, right? The ability to hold the two different positions simultaneously whilst they're in contradiction of one another. Well, if you're in cognitive dissonance, you can read all about how flat Earth is measured, and you'll tell yourself that you can get a trundle wheel for the horizontal dissonance. You know, you know
Those
what I'm
are
getting at?
fundies, though, Nathan.
Again?
Those are fundamentalist religious pushes. You know that damn well. The regular person reading the book that has no skin in the game is going to read it for what it is. is going to go through it, and when it gets to the point of measurement, the penny is going to drop if they want the penny to drop. When 10th Man started breaking it down, that freaking penny dropped. When Cat said, I'll give you a flat earth, that penny dropped. Once the penny drops, you can't pick it back up. And what I'm saying is when you get it to the point of measurement, there's nowhere else to go. Yeah, you may have different phraseologies and different ways of promoting it, but you're never going to measure the earth any flatter than what it is.
Okay, let's try and put it another way. Do you know on the live show when I was talking about people filling in the heliocentric cracks with mortar? Do you remember me making that analogy?
Yes.
Right. Let's put it this way. Does it never cease to amaze you how an exposure of a flat earth prerequisite distance measurement, for example, will have a whole bunch of dweebs mixing up mortar to fill it like it's a crack? Would you not agree that it never ceases to amaze you how they'll always try and whip up a mortar of some kind? Does that not amaze you? People's ability to express this, go out of their way to express their cognitive dissonance. Does that not amaze you, Neil? That because it consistently amazes me.
That amazes me too. They try.
Right. Well, the trying is why we could never ever reach out to the nature of being all-encompassing and having a true silver bullet in that regard. You know, it's easier if you detach it from your own subject matter that you're passionate about, right? There's no document or book or reasoning that will convince a Scientologist away from their religion. Is that easier to palate?
No, but Nathan, in this religion, they have maps, Nathan. And maps are what? They're not globular.
But I was thinking what Nathan was saying. I was thinking about chapters and books. I mean, if I was going to write a book, I'd probably just have one page and 2 words.
Go on. What's the 2 words? It's flat.
Sea level.
I'm as good as any. Anecdote.
Well,
the Earth is measured. I'd call the book "The Earth is measured flat with," and then you'd open the book with 1 page with 2 words: sea level. The end.
Yeah, and you know what? Why? You know why?
But that ends it right there.
But you know why I think it's going to, my opinion, why it's going to be, it kind of concurs with what Nathan said, why it's going to be an evergreen subject, because I think there'll always be a Bev. Okay, there'll always be a Bev perspective, and there'll always be motion argument. There's going to continue to be a motion argument, only because, like I mentioned before, like even how the PSYOP Flat Earth Society thing has the flat disc spinning. There's always going to be a motion just problem to be going back and forth with Coriolis, and there's always going to be a Bev because people. I still don't believe like what Beck said, sea level. How people affiliate and connect that the earth is, the sea is part of the earth, and they'll try to, again, convolute the topographical variation of the earth, saying the depths of the sea and the heights of the mountains, and they're going to argue with that on behalf of the Bev perspective. So there will always be room to go back and forth with this. Even if you say it's measured flat, they'll always find that in there. Even for the people that accept the measurements, they're going to still use that as something to open up, to keep it an open discussion, an open, I don't want to say this word, but an open argument, debate.
Well, listen, D-Rose, you buy a property, you're going to start building a house, right? Are you going to worry about the freaking hills and valleys, or are you just going to level the area to start constructing your house?
The latter.
Okay. So, case closed. It's always going to be pertaining to a flat plane of reference. You can't get around it, even when they're describing the depths of the sea. The depths of the sea in reference to what?
Mm-hmm. And your example was great when you look at Bel Air and you look at South America with the many homes that are built on hills. And if you look at the way they're built on hills, you could tell that they're built respect to the plane of reference in order to keep them level. They don't build them alongside the angle of the mountain. They build them horizontally across.
They have to.
Yeah,
They
right.
have to adhere to the measurement.
There you go. If they don't, all this shit gonna fall out the house, slide out the house.
I think
Just
the
saying as
Leaning
well.
Tower of Pizza was a guy, whoever made that was a baller.
We're just saying about, we talked about celestial navigation there, that we don't need to drop that, because notice these sodbusters, they're all going into these theodolites and curvature. Now, theodolites have got they're designed to measure certain distances, I don't know, up to probably 3 miles or something with a total station, and with the distance 3 miles linear, yes I know. But if we're talking about the Earth's shape, I mean, a marine sextant is the perfect example, using sea level and the 2 GPs across it for the adjacent linear distance. I mean, so when you start talking about theodolites and we're discussing what they're claiming as a globe Earth, let's say, well, let's get it on a bigger scale, because theodolites only measure small, flat, horizontal distances. So let's take it to a bigger scale. We'll use a marine sextant and we'll describe how that's measuring a flat over what could be 5,400 miles.
Meanwhile,
So
the guy I talked to last week, he thinks, oh, this is easy. There are a ton of satellites in outer space, and that's how everything is measured, and that's how they know they're on the globe, because they do triangulation. It's all math. It's all in the computers now. You don't have to do anything anymore. You don't have to measure shit. It's done for you. Satellites in outer space, triangulation.
Yeah, but it all comes from a flat. It all comes from
measuring stars and sextants. I mean, that's where these people are at.
Yeah, but if Nathan was going on about Friday, this WGS84, they've agreed it's a mathematical model. They won't deny that. It's just been agreed that we're going to use this model for whatever. But in the first instance, it was using latitude, which is, as I've just described, an elevation angle using sea level for the 2 GP points on the horizontal surface of water on a large scale of Earth. It's fucking flat, mate.
Hold on, I just got another message come in.
Everything.
Listen, but to move to your flat Earth nonsense, a Trundle wheel is an example of how you measure curved surfaces with miles. Nathan's claim that all distances are horizontal is 100% false, and a Trundle wheel proves it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
About how I'm wrong. So in this instance, we've got a drop
do you see where,
to a horizontal distance. The horizontal distance is what he needs. But it's not about him being right about his drop over his distance that he's using for his Earth curve. It's about how wrong Nathan is about measuring curves with trundle wheels. See how this has been made into how wrong I am rather than how right he is? Well, it can't be. Earth curve's not measured with a trundle wheel. It's measured with his alleged drop over distance. He gave it to me. But it's about now whether or not we can measure curve with trundle wheels. Because I say we can't. No, I didn't actually even say that. That's why I didn't fall into the trap of answering his yes or no question. Do you remember?
Exactly. Yep. Right. And he follows it up by, listen to this, Nathan.
Oh, my God.
Oh, sorry.
Even though he hasn't actually got me into that trap, he's still taking the cope that he originally wanted, regardless of if he got it from me or not. It's like I did answer his yes or no question. Oh, yeah. Did you enjoy my salty nuts, Buck? Yes or no? Because he didn't get one, did he? But what he did get was the affirmation that his curve he's appealing to requires a horizontal distance. It's drop over distance. But it's now become about whether or not Nathan says a curve can be measured with a trundle wheel or not. He never got an answer, but he's still seeking the same cope. This is the metaphorical mortar I was describing earlier. So what's the opponent utilised to patch up a crack? The crack in their flawed viewpoint for their religion is a crack that represents the mile in flat linear format needed to derive the drop from for their Earth curve belief. What's the solution? What's the mortar that they've mixed up? No, we can measure curve with the trundle wheel. That's the A, B, C, and D of it, right? But that's crap and malformed. No, that won't work. Better to convolute it one step by saying, Nathan says we can't get a curve measurement from a trundle wheel, and he's wrong. Therefore, I'm right. Makes sense?
Yeah.
You can easily measure long, listen, he gives it up here. You can easily measure long distances with the trundle-like device, and he's got a picture of it hooked up to a freaking trailer. And he says, we have no freaking real-world experience to think that somebody's going to walk 100 miles with a trundle wheel. You freaking retard. They measure, they use it, and it's surveying, and they do not use a trundle wheel.
Is what I'm saying to you. I'll just say that what I've just said. They're trying to bring it to trundle wheels and theodolites, which is for construction on small, flat, horizontal level surfaces. But if you want to talk about the actual large-scale Earth measurements, we can talk about the GP distance from the observer's GP eye at sea level and the GP of the sun. Yeah, approximately 5,400 miles apart.
Oh boy!
Across a horizontal. The adjacent of the horizontal sea level.
Yeah, that was it for me. Once 10th broke that down, that's all I needed. All this other stuff is just like adding stuff to the burger that you're going to devour. But once he came with that, it's all over.
They're trying to take you to a theodolite and a trundle wheel. No, wait, that's small scale flat Earth measurements. We want to talk about the actual large scales. And this is what you'll be using, and we can give you examples of it.
Well, Nathan's right. They'll find that freaking cement and they'll start filling in the cracks the best they can. But the whole time they're doing it, they're still hanging themselves. It can measure distances. Distances, you say?
Yeah, but they tried it with the Celestial with dip correction. That's their cement there, dip correction. You know, they went down, jumping past angles. That's what we were trying to do there. But at the end of the day, you can break it down, and it's not a lie. Yeah, you've got the GP of the sun. Yeah, using the horizon mirror on sea level, and there's a distance between that on the adjacent of the horizontal sea level for the baseline of the elevation angle to the observer's eye level at sea level. Could be 5,400 miles straight, level, horizontal. Shove your fucking trundle wheel up your ass and your theodolite.
But I ain't gonna let them have either one of those, because the trundle wheel, well, the tool itself is a circle that the distance around the circumference of that circle has been correlated with a piece of material to be from the beginning of one point till it comes back around again to another point, a certain distance. But that linear distance, it was initially linear, not an arc.
Precisely. Further to that.
So you're saying that, hold on, I got to get this.
Hold on, Neil. So the appeal that is being made is to convolute a derived linear measurement in two different axes, three realistically if you're dragging a trundle wheel behind a Range Rover. But nevertheless, the appeal, the reason we're talking to distance in this instance at all is because this particular individual has appealed to the drop with respect to Earth having curvature that is with respect to a horizontal distance. Drop over distance, okay? The distance to describe the drop is a calculation after the fact. The fact is measured in miles for the linear distance. How can I make this more concise? If you describe 8 inches per the mile squared, the bit where you say per the mile squared means that the distance, if you were to draw it on a diagram, would move from one position horizontally to the next with a number on it, and that number would be in miles. And then if you're going to describe a curve, you're going to describe the curve with respect to that distance on that scale along the diagram. So the curve comes as a consequence of the horizontality you're deriving it from. That's how you're describing the curve mathematically. You're describing it from the horizontal in the first place. Now, for this particular person that we're talking about, he's deriving his drop, he infers Earth has, from that horizontal with a distance measurement with a number on it. So if you say, okay, mister, you're saying you can get mile measurements from a trundle wheel. Can you show me on your diagram? So what are you going to draw? A squiggly line of all the hills and valleys and then describe a drop with respect to that distance? No. The reason he's squirming and trying to, as I keep pointing out, make this Nathan's wrong, therefore I'm right circumstance, which is all the game ever needed for them, right, is avoiding, he's going out of his way. Why is he doing all this? To avoid the awful truth. The awful truth is Buck knows that he's deriving the drop from a flat Earth distance measurement. He knows it. I know it. It's just a game to make that not true with trundle wheels from this point forth. What can we conclude? Well, this was inconsequential to me. I didn't care. And if I'd have done nothing, the claim of a heliocentrist that there's a drop with respect to a flat Earth measurement in miles wouldn't have changed either, would it, if we hadn't have had this row? If Buck hadn't decided that instead of his claim, which he verbalised in the first instance, he's like, yeah, Earth curves the drop over distance. So you've got a horizontal distance to describe the drop from then. Earth's measured flat. That's the end of the discussion, because that is how it's being functionally dealt with. Now we need to turn this into Nathan says we can't get curved distances from trundle wheels. That's a game he's playing to soothe his pain. Now, I don't need this. I don't care. I'm not measuring. Am I out with a trundle wheel? Do I need to be out with a trundle wheel? No, you don't. Even if you were, it wouldn't mean anything. Like Dan going out and measuring his angles. Who cares? Like me measuring the sun for 48 hours straight. Who cares? Like the guys down in Antarctica when they're measuring the sun for a period of 24 hours. Who cares? Literally, what did it achieve? Did it give us new calendars? Did it give us new navigations? Did it do anything? But that's us sniffing our own farts thinking we're consequential. This guy thinks that if he changes, Secret Gamma King, the convolution of his requirement for a flat Earth horizontal distance measurement into a trundle wheel measurement, the Earth will be copable in his brain as being a ball for a couple of more days. It's like, so what? That's all you achieve? I still have to pay the mortgage. I still have to pay the mortgage.
Yes, you still have to pay all your bills. We need money. Let me ask you a question. Is it safe to phrase it like this? The tool itself is a circle. The distance around that circle is linear.
No.
All right, so what's the other word you
around
put?
that circle? The distance around that circle is correlated to a linear distance.
Correlated to a linear distance.
Radius.
Okay. Gotcha.
They get that ball, right? So it's not linear if it's curving. You've got a derived radial value that they get for their ball. So their ball journey, to infer this by begging the question fallacy, which is all it's now boiled down to. Well, if I assume that the Earth's a ball, it's got a circumference and I can describe it in miles. Okay. How did you derive it and calculate it? From a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle to the minimum angle you could acquire to the star Polaris. It's called the equator. That's where they've got their radius from. What's the radius? A straight distance. How's it calculated in this particular instance to be a mile value? Well, from an angle off a flat Earth. That's where they got their sphere from. So even though he's got it slipped in as a begging the question fallacy, he's still got to measure it to infer it. And what's that? What road is that going to lead him to?
A flat one.
Just
So,
have to
but
pay
the
my
inch,
mortgage.
everything.
Even though we've gone through this with him. We've gone through this. I know you poo-pooed it. Yeah, we've still got to pay our bills. But that's not kind of the point I'm making. I'm saying that nobody's losing their jobs. Nobody's changing the world. This conclusion that you need to derive a drop from a flat Earth horizontal mile measurement in this particular instance versus trundle wheels or derivations of presupposed spheres from minimum elevation angles. No one's changing the world. None of us are making any difference. None of this is consequential. Other than us keeping ourselves busy, us, and in this case, Buck. And now we can have a laugh at him, make him our enemy. But should we not have the empathy we talked about earlier, or John did? When it's like,
I'm trying to give him empathy, Nathan. I'm trying to set him straight.
Why do you want to set him free? Why do you want to cut his shackles loose, Neil?
He has sent me a message claiming you don't know what you're talking about when he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's using a trundle wheel. I just want to get it correct. That thing is measuring distances. I don't care if he's going underneath, over a hill, around the curve. At its inception, the inch is linear. It's not off.
If he's specifically saying it's about me and what I don't understand, ask him, why are you appealing to a, quote, failed actor? For Earth measurements, are you sort of looking in the wrong place? Go and ask him why he's appealing to a failed actor. That's what it is. Just I'll take it full on. I'll be that martyr. Say, why would you ask for Earth measurements or try and confirm drop over distance from a failed actor? Are you a bit
Nathan, you're underestimating them because they understand. They know who needs to be silenced. Why do you think you got all this opposition? Do you think you're just going to skirt away like no problem? You're not the guy? You're the guy that survived the flat earth movement that started around 2014. That's when everybody started getting hit with it and everybody started getting these freaking, YouTube requests to go in there and watch this video. You survived it all. You're the last man standing. So they want to take you down because they know the damage that could be done to their heliocentric system if you continue to go and say what you're saying and release a book that says what it's going to say.
I think you're appealing to the dweeb army. The dweeb army's convinced you that they're consequential. I get that impression. You're starting to believe their own bullshit. You're sniffing their farts with them if you think that they're
No, Nathan.
They think that I'm going to bring down heliocentrism. Nah, I mean, that pipe dream of changing something that's used as fear-based mind control will only alter if you can change what the schools teach. I remember Anthony trying to make this a reality, and it was so tied up in red tape that you've only got one conclusion. If you want to train the next generation in what you believe or what you stand for, then you've got to take it upon yourself to train the next generation. Going, government, do what I want you to do in your government indoctrination centre. They're going to go, go away. What's that? You don't.
Yeah, but Nathan, they think you're the guy. They think that. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, back to the pedestal.
Obviously,
then.
they
it's not
think
Secret King. It's I need to be on a pedestal so I can be knocked off it and made wrong. Yeah, but that still put me back to why are you asking this failed actor to confirm the drop over horizontal measured distance? It doesn't drop over. Ages per mile squared don't work if you haven't got the square to work from the mile, and the mile is flat. Now, I could have this argument, but I don't care about this person. I don't care. They're a dweeb. These people are dweebs. They bore me. Why do you care about, what are we talking about again? We're talking about the drop of an Earth curve in a religious viewpoint mathematically. My God, this is boring, isn't it? Why do you want to entertain these dweebs?
Part of a show called Flat Earth Debate.
I'm going real. He's gone pathetic. That like we've just saying, back to the trundle fucking wheel. Yeah, I could get a trundle wheel, right? I can go and buy one tomorrow. I can find a really big hill that's curved up and down, and I could go up the hill with my trundle wheel. It usually clicks every 1 meter, I think. And I could, at the end, when I go up and down, I could have how many meters was that? That's something I could do. That doesn't mean the Earth's a globe with a radius of 3959. Fucking nothing to do with it. Just measuring the hill with a trundle wheel. But the hill will have rise over run. It'll have elevation above sea level.
That meter you measured, what is that measuring? Down to the inch.
Well, it's a linear distance, the meter.
That's all.
Yeah, but it's not proving. We're all getting help about this trundle wheel. I can get a trundle wheel, and I can go up a curved hill if I want to, and click it and click it and click it and say, oh, that was 2,000 meters up and down.
What is it as the crow flies?
So let me just stop you a second. Just listen to yourselves and say, I've got a couple of options, right? We can all go out and have a beer. That's option one. Alternatives, right? Now, this has come from the dweeby side of this particular discussion. We could go out and do what with a fucking trundle wheel? Go and run it up and down a hill. I remember a day when I was challenged to do this shit, and me and Anthony went out and started running tape measures up and down cliff sides. And then you go, man, this is dweeby, isn't it? I mean, there was women there that we could have been making sweet love to. And instead, we were running tape measures up and down hills.
Didn't Anthony get on his belly as well?
Yeah, he got on his belly at the beach. Again, there was women there. It's kind of dweeby, isn't it? Dweeb. We got suckered into thinking that we need to go out and do these dweeby things. Nah, if you want to go out with your little trundle wheel book, go out with your trundle wheel. I'll draw it diagrammatically once you get the measurement book. Yeah? What I'll draw is a big wibbly wobbly valley and hill system, and then describe drop with respect to it on your diagram and go, is this how we describe Earth curve? Drop from this line here. And then I will laugh my tits off at him while he, the dweeb, is being set to task to go and get this. Go, okay, we've had a word. If you want to buy into this, if you want to fuck with him, buy into it surreptitiously. So we've all had a discussion and we've agreed that we will accept you measuring a trundle wheel distance of 100 miles with a car. Bring it to us immediately, boy. Go, yeah, we've decided you're right. We will accept a trundle wheel measurement to derive curve from. Go and get it us now. And if it doesn't, it'll be like rumpus. Have you got it for us yet, Buck? Did you get your trundle wheel? We're expecting it. We need to plot it on a diagram. Have you got it for us yet? On your pop, dweeb. Go and get it. You want us to understand? I mean, okay. Well, you need to get it then. What's that? No, I'm not going to get the individual. Then fuck off. This is the point you'd be having your head dunked down the bog, wouldn't you? Because you told us how important it is to get a frickin' trundle wheel measurement, and you don't want to go and get it, you little pipsqueak. Let's just dunk your head down the bog, twat. It's true, isn't it? This is the real scenario that would unfold. You guys have gone, yeah, I'm going to go out and get a trundle wheel this weekend. Are you? Why? Bloody dweebs. No offence to you. You know what I'm getting at. I'm taking the piss out of you one deck. I'm sure you're not going to get a trundle wheel. You're talking hypothetically, and I appreciate that. But why would you even talk about it hypothetically? It's so dweeby. Trundle wheel? Really? You can get yourself a nice high-vis vest. Are you going to control the traffic with a little wand?
Well, listen,
Yeah,
I
good
got to
boy.
measure my brother's 3 bedrooms. He needs new carpet. I'm using a trundle wheel. I don't feel like dropping a tape measure.
Yes, Neil, you have used a trundle wheel to go out and get this measurement. Now we've decided, based on that fact, that we will accept Buck's trundle wheel measurement. Now go out and get it. Start making demands of these little pipsqueak twats that they are. Okay, Beatty. Yeah, we've agreed. Yeah, we'll accept your trundle wheel. Nathan didn't know anything about it. Failed actor. Go and get it us. Start telling him what to do.
I see what you're saying. Because like Rumpus, we're still supposed to get a picture of him laying on his back, right? Taking a picture of Polaris, right? Directly underneath, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, what about Paul Voight? Oh, yeah, of course we've dug to the centre of the molten iron core. I've got a measurement. I'll be right back. That's been 8 years.
Maybe he's still digging, Nathan. Maybe he hasn't gotten there yet.
But it has been decided we will accept this trundle wheel measurement. Go forth, retrieve. Good dog.
Wait a second. Why wouldn't I accept a trundle wheel measurement? It's a measurement, isn't it?
I mean, I don't care. Sorry, we actually entertaining whether or not I don't care. We're just sending away.
I accept all measurements as long as they're correct.
Well, I mean, I was only asking about this specifically because it was about a claim of derivation of Earth curve, and that was described by this particular individual we're setting to task to go and get his trundle wheel at 100 miles. Well, okay. Well, when you come back with it, we'll have a little look. Meanwhile, will this represent itself on a graph as the distance in flat miles that you're going to derive a curve from? Let's hope so, because it's going to look great on the graph. That axis will wiggle it up and down. It's going to be fantastic.
He's got to demonstrate Earth curve with that trundle wheel. That's the challenge.
Oh, is that what he wants to do? I mean, fine. Feel free.
Well, it'll be a measurement, right? And every time we ask them for the measurement of their globe, they don't give it to us. Maybe now we're going to get one.
No.
But that measurement will be flat.
So buying into this gamma secret king, right? You think that he's going to go and measure Earth? It's already got a value in heliocentrism. It was described by people smarter than this man. It wasn't using a trundle wheel. I assure you. It's back to, no, it's me making you recognise Aristophanes. What? It's recognising Aristophanes' experiment. We're going to use a trundle wheel. Really? Okay, on you go then. I accept your trundle wheel measurement. Go on, go. I mean, obviously we'll want to see the axes that it's deriving curve from. Do we? No? We already know what heliocentrists have based their faith on. It's got nothing to do with these dweebs. Secretly, they think that they're going to measure the Earth with a trundle wheel or a shadow. When we look at the people who've actually made these assertions, they're the ones getting documented in history. These little gammas, they want to be noted. Well, you said it to Edinburgh. You want to be important. You want to be recognised. Yeah, they want to go down in history as the person that measured frickin' Earth with a trundle wheel. Because that's important, isn't it? We'll get new maps off the back of this, Neil, won't we? We're going to plot the whole territory. Do you think he'll plot every road? Oh, my God.
Oh, he's telling me to listen to my family and snap out of it. You're in the Nathan Oakley trance. I find it amusing, and it makes a good show. Come on, let's get to the show part of it.
We're not getting in. I'm not buying a bleeding trundle wheel. I was speaking, like you said, hypothetically, but I'm just observing how the behaviour of these people who feel challenged, how they're reacting to this, and I find that interesting. They bring anything they can do. Oh, on your, on the beginning of your show, Nathan, you've shown a trundle wheel that, they're in a psychological dilemma. And I always revert back to, even when we go talk about Nathan's book, unless people are going to be interested in the subject, we'll read it and get a clearer view of things and Nathan's journey and the progress over the last 11 years. But still, if a person who's still in the heliocentric belief system picks it up and reads it, they will still not accept it because they're in a belief system. Like Alan Watts explained to us, you can't get them out of it. You're not going to do it. But we're not here for that. We've explained that. So we're just pointing out facts. Not pointing out, actually. We're spitting out facts.
Yeah, you can only tell the next man in line if he's polite to you what you know. And currently, that's all we're doing. We're just, as you put it, spitting out facts. Yeah. Well, when describing what they appeal to, we don't need to find a source of flat Earth measurements when it's globe Earth versus flat Earth, because our opponents come to us with the bullets, don't they? They just bring the ammo and give them to us. Here you go.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, and he watches daily. He's a daily watcher of the show because the only way he knew that I Googled freaking measuring lines, curved lines from straight or whatever angles is in the Uncut and After show. So he has to be a member, right? So he's watching your show very closely, Nathan.
Of course, these people love me.
Well, I said you're on a pedestal, but I don't know the vertical height above sea level. Well, that pedestal is, Nathan. Have you got a measurement of that?
He told me I chose to stay stupid. You got the balls to call me stupid? You moron. You think that you're living on a ball and you're calling me stupid? You know Earth is measured flat yourself. You're calling me stupid? This is entertaining, I must say, though. He said, if you were face to face, I would have no trouble talking to you like this. I would have split your dome a long time ago.
Don't be breaking people's noses, mate, and shoving heads down toilets.
Yeah, I
All
told
we
you,
need to
Nathan.
do.
No, he pities us. Don't you understand? It's a pity. He's trying to help humanity. Because if people are saying Earth is flat, I mean, this is ridiculous. The
It's
whole world
ridiculous.
knows it's a ball.
Of course it is. Well, just go and relax. Have a cup of coffee. Put your feet up. Go and take your kids to the park. And don't worry about it. You're on a globe. Enjoy it. Enjoy the globe.
Oh, and
That's
he admits trundle wheels are not needed for long distances anymore because we are able to make precise measurements with GPS. Oh, really?
Oh, bloody
Dear,
hell.
oh, dear.
Oh, how does that work then? How does the GPS work, the ground positioning system? Similar to celestial navigation, actually.
Oh, dear.
Transmitter, receiver, the star, the sextant, the horizon.
And that level plane.
Level plane, 3 circles of equal elevation.
Oh, dear. When you say elevation, elevation from what?
Well, it's from sea level, Neil, of course.
Yeah, and if we go, say, 100 miles with the same elevation? Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Well, that's what they do. I mean, they use miles, they use elevation. Miles is a linear distance. Elevation is above sea level. It's a vertical height above sea level. I mean, I'm just spitting out facts. That's all I can do.
Did you change your name from Thunder Wheels? Thunder Wheel. I just glanced. I see Thunder Wheel. I was like, oh shoot. It's funny though. You gotta laugh because when you are so against something so hard that you're willing to put yourself out there like that and make yourself look like an ass day after day, it must be troubling.
Well, I mean, I'm very relaxed. You won't find me getting angry on shows, shouting at people. I stay very calm.
Nathan gets us motivated.
Yeah, I'll trim out where you're screaming and ranting at Buck about him using a fucking, what is it, a theodolite? You yelling at him.
That's good. You got us all worked up. I told you, I almost beat up an old lady.
Sometimes, it's a fucking game, innit? We all know Earth's measured flat. We all know the linear distances, sea level, elevation. We all know this. But for some reason, not so much you now, Nathan, and I'm sort of slowly falling into it. But yeah, I'd still like breaking a few noses and having a bit of a shout.
Fair enough. Well, we're men. I tried to say that on today's live show. That's just kind of, it goes with the territory of being male. The body can turn on a load of adrenaline when needed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it depends. I've noticed with you, Nathan. I've not noticed. I'm just presuming. I mean, I'm the same. I've got fucking shit going on in my life. I'm sure you have. And depending on your fucking mood or how you wake up in the day, it's going to, that's going to have an effect on how you're going to deal with not necessarily a fucking globe believing muppet, but even just in my situation at work, like a fucking supermarket manager muppet who might just say something and I might just react. One day I might just react and say, oh, I think, right, I fucking heard that, I won't react. But another day I might think, I'm not having that because I've had a fucking shit night's sleep. I've had a fucking argument with my missus. My dad's in hospital with fucking cancer. I ain't taking this fucking shit. So everything that's around you in your personal life can have an effect on how you might react to certain situations. So you might react one day, okay, and another day, depending on what's happened previous day, you'll react differently.
Well, there's two different ways. Obviously, you can say, "Oh, yeah, I heard that," exactly as you just described. The other way is to go completely postal and literally punch the guy in the nose. But then you tend to end up in a police cell, and they don't invite you back to do the refrigerant again. You know what I mean?
Do you remember that movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High? And the guy Damoli in the locker room, he said, "I woke up in a great mood today. I don't know." Happened. That's what happens when you're involved in flat earth debate. You wake up in a great mood, then all of a sudden you want to break people's face.
Well, I want to make that example, but also make it abundantly clear that it is hypothetical, because obviously in that scenario there's consequences for everybody, right? But my only reasoning when detailing it to our opponents is to just remind them of the scenario for them, the dweeb. Now, for them, the dweeb, like most people, they're primarily concerned with themselves, right? Now, when they've had their nose broken and they're in pain and they're being stomped on or dunked down the bog or whatever it is metaphorically we're describing, right? Something that results in them feeling pain because they're being irritating to somebody who won't tolerate it, or lying to somebody who won't tolerate it. And the not tolerate it bit is you're going to see consequences for your actions now. Now, obviously, you can spin out that hypothetical scenario to you end up in jail, and the next thing you know, you've got a full episode of The Shawshank Redemption being renditioned to you as your life as a consequence, right? But that isn't really the point. The main point is to identify the characters in this little charade that we all play, right? What are we? What are the slightly kooky flat earthers, right? That you might describe them as the stoners in the school, or the rockers, whatever you want to describe them as, right? But they're the people that are generally having a bit of a laugh, right? They're not the prissy, prim and proper normies that sit in the class and say yes sir, no sir to the teachers. They're the kids that occasionally wagged off school and played truant. That's the kind of kids that find themselves in flat earth, right? As adults. Well, what are the opponents? The ones that go, actually, it's 10 to the minus 17, Tor. Those are the dweebs, aren't they? Right?
Yeah.
Let's bring it back home to who is who. Because there's been 10 years of the secret kings, the gamma dicks, sniffing their own farts, and they've started to think that they actually do represent the masses. Some of them have deluded themselves that they'll be measuring Earth with angles in some consequential way to affirm their bias in the face of adversary from flat earthers. You're like, when I break it down, do you not sound like the dweebs that you are on the anti-flat side? Because they are just dweebs. Now, I've engaged in dweeby behaviour, tracking the sun on the flat earth. It's proper dweeb behaviour. Oh, I need to go out there. I need to run a 24-hour hangout event because I'm going to change the world with a hangout. How delusional and dweeby. Well, this is what these guys are telling themselves. I'm going to go out and measure Earth with a trundle wheel. Oh, really? Such big dreams, boy. Such big dreams. Meanwhile, I'm going to make sweet love to my wife. But on you go, boy. Tally-ho.
You did a 24-hour.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm saying I'm taking my wife saying you did do a 24-hour tracking hangout, calling them dweebs. Now I'm taking ownership of this and I'm saying I am that dweeb. I was dweeby. I've engaged in dweeby behaviour. You gotta love me. Now, downright unfuckable monster. Because I'm screaming at people and telling them I'm breaking their nose. It's not attractive. Anyway, my wife threw up the voice of reason. Yeah, I'm taking ownership. I am that dweeb, but they are just dweebs. It is one thing to be dweeby occasionally, right? That's perfectly acceptable because that's me. For them, they are just dweebs. These people who we fight against, these gammas, they're just dweebs, right? There's a reason why there can be the actually it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's because they're dweebs. They learn all this maths. Now you, Neil, going, oh, why do I need to learn all this shit? That's your rebellious self letting loose and going, this is boring. Why do I need to learn this boring shit? That's what you're saying, aren't you, basically? And I completely agree. When I talk about Coriolis, I'm like, oh my God, this is so tedious and boring. Yep. But they love it. They're dweebs. They love all that shit, don't they? We've only had to learn it because we've been opposed or oppressed by gamma dweebs. Let's just start poking the fun that it is. It's just a bit of fun. And in that little fun charade where you are the actual arbiter of Earth measurements because you've gone out and got your audience to measure 1,000 flat Earth angles, suddenly what you think, this is Dan, that he'll go down in history as the man that measured something. You're like, no, you're delusional, you stupid dweeb.
It's true. They do love that because when you bring up, when we were in this Coriolis, what were they saying? Angular momentum, conservation of momentum. They were yelling all these crazy things. Earth and atmosphere move as one. And you'd get into the whole wrangle dangle. Oh, God. Yeah, they love it. You're right.
Yeah, they love it. It's proper dweeby. Because they understand that the reason they want to brace against us, right, it's because we take the one thing they took pride in, being able to go, actually, to the bar. Because that's the only thing they had, right? Being a smarty pants. And you go, you do realise that society basically despises the big head, the smarty pants, the actually guy. People hate that guy. These guys are delusional and think that beta gamma style behaviour is worthy of praise. But when they don't get it, they go, well, I'm still right. And if only these meddling kids didn't get involved, people would know how right I am. The only thing stopping me being recognised as the secret king here is Nathan and his flat earth mystery bus. You know what I mean? These people are utterly delusional. They all think they're the king. They all think they're going to be Euclid or Eratosthenes. That's who they think they are.
Yeah, they even mention him. They did go to realizing Euclid.
Well, they've been measuring flat Earth elevation angle measurements in them two scenarios.
Horizontal distances.
That's why I like the Eratosthenes. I go on about it a lot, I know, but I did have difficulty with it back in the day. I couldn't overcome the Eratosthenes when a glober would say, there you go, one deck, there's your globe evidence. And I'd be reading it thinking, the globe was measured. How can I rebuttal to this? Not notice it. That's what I was doing.
That's the game now, though. That's the game I was describing earlier with John. It's what's the next thing that comes up that's an Earth measurement that you look at and don't recognise the horizontal plane of reference that's unequivocally required to make it as an assertion. Now, I said that earlier, there's going to be points where Refracted Curvature's listening to the show and he's listening to us chatting about something and nobody highlights that a globe is in requirement of a horizontal plane of reference in a specific example. Right? Like this on screen, let's say we're all chatting away about 40 degrees measurement, right? But not one of us mentions that you need a flat Earth to have a horizontal plane to describe the baseline for the 40 degrees. John Refracted Curvature would be listening and chuckling, going, I'd have caught that one. It's right there on screen, right? Celestial equator, centre of Earth.
Yeah, overhead.
Exactly. Overhead, yeah, there you go. That was today's, right? You're like, oh yeah, when you describe things being overhead, doesn't matter what it is. It's its altitude, it's its height measured from sea level, surface level, perpendicularity. All of those things are associated with the word overhead, aren't they? Bird overhead? Oh, really? How high is it? What's its elevation angle? Can we calculate it? What's the distance between me and it? Everything about that bird, when you describe it in any concept, in any context that's useful, yeah? Maybe you're going to shoot it out of the sky. All right, we'll need a ballistic trajectory then, right? What's that going to be described from? Flat plane. So anything that's usefully applied in any practical sense to a surface that gets measured is always flat. And there's always going to be a terminology that's been utilised by someone somewhere, the most recent being buck. Distance, you say? Curve is drop over distance. Yeah, Earth's measured flat then. But whether or not someone catches it is a different story. As you're listening back, and some ballers arguing with one of us on the panel about the drop over distance, that'll be me and John, or whoever, going, the distance is horizontal there, innit? You've got miles written next to it. You can't describe the drop from a drop. You've got to describe it from the horizontal for it to mathematically describe the drop. With respect to the distance can only be, and is only, horizontal. What's that? Trundle wheel? Yeah, share your pain.
For years, they brought up maps, right? Using GPS, global positioning, right? And then when we bring it up, they say, I'm not talking about the map.
I want to go out with a trundle wheel on the back of my car. Hop to it, boy. Hop to it. Yeah, we want to have a look at your trundle wheel measurement. I mean, I won't be doing one. No, I'll be making love to my wife. You'll be out in the cold for 100 miles. You need to track it. We need to see footage. It needs to be accurate, boy. On you go. We accept.
I gotta do it.
We accept your trundle wheel. We've had a little talk. Neil said that he could do a room with a trundle wheel. We will accept your trundle wheel measurement. Go to it. What's that? I've got to do it. No, I've done those days. I went and measured my cliffs with tape measures. I've been there, done that. Now on your fuck, you little dweeb. Piss off. Go
but Nathan, you say celestial navigation.
Just tell that dweeb to go and get it us and we'll have a look at it.
I'm not getting my trundle wheel out for nobody.
Nathan, you say you use celestial navigation and you've never done it.
Yeah, I will accept elevation angles measured. Oh, what do you know? It made no difference that I had measured them. Here's one on screen. Who cares? Again, it's back to me having to be self-deprecating. Makes no difference if I've measured an elevation angle.
Yeah, but that's funny, though, when you're doing it, Tony. You say, I got to do it, but you. And I'm just laughing my ass off.
Yeah, let's start. If they're going to be hovering around us, let's make them useful. Go and get us a trundle wheel measurement then. Fine, we accept. Oh, now you don't want to do it? Coward. Are you scared of your trundle wheel, are you? Scared?
Yeah, but I mean, I know what you mean. I know what you're saying, Nathan, but they tried to, he attempted to say that, it's fucking pissed off with theodolites, mate, that a theodolite measures curvature, and it doesn't. You know, and he gave an example with cartoon drawings by not physical demonstrations out in the field, surveyors doing it. It was, drawings on a screen with a curved earth and 2 points. And so, I mean, this isn't real life demonstrations or situations that they offer. But what they try to say is, the distance, the differential in elevation of height between 2 points of something, which is attached to the Earth.
Height?
Right.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So that is, that, what makes me laugh, what they say. And the globe predicts this measurement. The globe has predicted it.
Pardon me.
Oh, here he is. Go on, then.
Well, I meant to get this in on the trundle wheel earlier. The trundle wheel can only give you a measurement of distance between 2 points that is accurate over a flat area, right? Like if you're going to measure in Oklahoma, the Great Plains of the Midwest, you could use a trundle wheel and get a fairly accurate measurement of how far away something is with a trundle wheel. You're not going to get a fairly accurate measurement of the distance between two geographic points in the mountains with the trundle wheel.
No, but I'm more than willing to accept it so I can plot it on a graph as the axes that they're describing the drop with respect to. So when they need drop over distance, you're automatically assuming that they're not trying to skirt the fact that the distance is between point A and point B, measured in miles or kilometres and horizontal and linear, as is absolutely required to describe drop with respect to. Now, they are utilising drop over distance. That is how distance must be measured if you're going to use it on that axis of that inference of a drop with respect to a horizontal measured distance. You're saying, well, how can I square this circle on his behalf? If I go to a very flat place and roll my trundle wheel, then I'll get a reasonably accurate distance measurement because I've got a flat plane in topographical terms when I actually roll the trundle wheel. Whereas if I'm in frickin' Wales, rolling it up and down the hills and valleys, that won't give me a horizontal linear mile measurement to ascribe distance when describing drop from it. No, it absolutely won't. But it'll make for a very amusing diagrammatical example. And if we don't get both axes in terms of the vertical and the horizontal, and indeed whatever the other one would be, the y-axes, because obviously if you're measuring on a windy road, you're moving in all 3 dimensions. Well, we'd need all of that information, wouldn't we? And where we're going to get it from in terms of the altitudes and deviations from the altitudes. Are we going to get all that from sea level? So that within itself will need plotting with respect to sea level when we describe the wiggly line that they've got with their trundle wheel to derive the drop from that. It'll look utterly ludicrous if we were to diagrammatically example it. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. We need to mobilise the dweeb army. Yeah, dweeb army, go out and get us the trundle wheel measurement. We've agreed that we will accept it, John. We'll accept it and then plot it on the graph to describe the distance from it, the drop from it, sorry.
I'm not saying you can't use a trundle wheel to get distance. I'm just saying if you want an accurate measurement of distance, right? Because distance, when you're talking about between 2 geographic points, does not account for topology.
Correct. That's why you got to go as the crow flies, baby.
But like from a map?
Yeah.
We're not talking about maps, John. We're not talking about maps.
Yeah,
Look,
so what they're trying to say is you're getting a different measurement going around up and down mountains as if you would take it as the crow flies, therefore Earth's a globe.
Yeah, so what John's saying is if I go up that hill again that I was explaining with my trundle wheel, which is, measuring a metre every time it clicks, up and down the hill, yeah, that's not a true distance between the start of the hill and the finish of the hill on the horizontal plane that the hill is on.
No, that goes as the crow flies, baby.
It can be. It'd just be a lot more complicated, and you'd have to describe it with elevation, wouldn't you? The height or the depth of the valley that you're describing, if you're going to describe how a trundle wheel mile measurement that isn't as the crow flies, it's as the path leads you. Well, that as the path leads you measured by trundle wheel could still be represented diagrammatically, but you'd need a system to derive the altitude from to accurately mathematically represent the depths and heights of the hills and valleys. Now, to do that, you'd need to derive the heights with respect to a plane of reference also. And we do. Yes. That's sea level. That's what sea level is used for.
Yeah, but that's not giving you the distance point A to point B. Point A to point B is as the crow flies.
Yeah.
Not going up and down mountains.
No, but you can still measure a distance that you would travel by foot or in a car, the actual travel distance with a trundle wheel. Nobody's going to ever deny that. But that distance won't represent what you'd get on a map scale because that is horizontal and linear when the map scale gives it in miles and kilometres as per the surveys. And if you've got any deviation in height on that flat scale, you can describe it from sea level. So there are more accurate ways of delineating what would be representative of the overall distance travelled as measured by a trundle wheel. But as much as I can break this down, right, is so boring. It's so fucking dweeby. Who cares? Yeah. Meanwhile, Earth has already been mapped and surveyed. We do fucking use sea level to do it with. And we, none of us, including this twat, this little snot-nosed adenoidal prick, have ever going to have any consequence on how Earth's already been measured, mapped, surveyed, and generally accounted for on maps by people that are not us. But like I say, this is back to fart-sniffing dweebs that want to make themselves feel like they're consequential to how Earth's dealt with. So we've already got maps, you stupid little prick. We don't need you for them, fucktard. They're being successfully used already, and they've already been measured. We've got the altitudes from sea level already. We've got ordnance survey, dickhead. We don't need you and your trundle wheel. That's the reality of this situation from our position looking outwards, inwards to the dweebs and what they want to lead us to think is important. But meanwhile, do any of us really care that we've already got the height survey, the Ordnance Survey have done it? I would imagine that there's quite a few adenoidal people on the Ordnance Survey team. You know what I mean? But they're just not going around making it seem like they're the secret fucking king because they've gone out and used a stereoscope to measure the altitudes with respect to the sea level, as surveying the land would inquire about how high and low these things are from sea level when surveying it. But we've already got maps. We don't need to do anything. You know, it's just we haven't made any of them.
Hold on a minute. We're working on a nice dichotomy. It's a false one. I'll give you that. But we are working on a nice dichotomy of measuring topology as versus the geographic distance, right?
That's what I was going to say.
I think there's a great argument that they think they can think they're having, and we should encourage them to argue.
I said that. I've gone that way already. Let's encourage them. On you go, dweeb. Go and get your trundle wheel measurement. We've had a chat with Neil. Neil said he has measured a room with a trundle wheel. Therefore, we will accept you going out personally and acquiring this trundle wheel measurement, like back in the dweeby day when I was measuring the heights with trig off a flat plane with a tape measure. Now, nobody recognised the irony of how flat we were measuring when we took a triangle to a freaking cliff. We were just being dweebs thinking that what we did mattered. Let's lean right into that for these dweebs. Yeah, Secret King, it really matters if you would go and get your trundle wheel measurement. So off you fuck. Go and get it. Yeah? I'll be making love to my wife. You'll be out with a trundle wheel in a high-vis vest, stopping at various restaurants to say, actually...
No, hang on. So the trundle wheel measures distances, which is horizontal distances, doesn't measure elevation angles or height above sea level.
No.
So
it does measure distances that aren't necessarily linear, right? Because you can take a measurement of an overall distance with a trundle wheel that incorporates the hills and the valleys so that you can get an accurate representation of how far you'd have to walk if you took that distance up and down the hills and valleys and stretched it out to represent it in a linear fashion and call it miles. And that's what you derive when you use a tool that's derived from a linear measurement and conception when you use miles or kilometres and reference them to one turn of the wheel being a metre or a yard, right? So you're working within the... Oh, my controller stopped working. God damn. When you're working inside the convention, you can derive various things like drop over distance and describe them from sea level. That is literally what is done when you're measuring the surface with respect to a scale that you've derived from a sea level as an overall average. But when we take a trundle wheel, it doesn't give you any information in any other axes other than the after-the-fact extrapolation for linear distance in miles or kilometres, if you're going to go to that extent and drag it along the back of a Land Rover, right, over the hills and valleys. But it doesn't tell you how high you've gone or how low you've gone. It doesn't tell you how far left or right you've gone from the path. So it doesn't give you anything in terms of useful data that could be then translated to something useful, like, I don't know, a scale to derive Earth curve from in a distance that's definitely flat. It won't give you that, will it? But it'll tell you how far you'll take if you took the footsteps and laid them out flat and called them miles. That's what the tool gives you. But like I say, I don't. I feel like I've just filled my brain with something that I didn't need to. Because do I give a shit about what Trundle Wheel does? I mean, seriously. Lads.
No, but it's funny. You got to admit, it's funny. You know what I mean? Like, it's like they're desperate to grab onto anything. You know what? Why not just throw them a lead balloon?
Fine. We'll accept your measurements. Go and get us your Trundle Wheel distance. We'll have a little look. On you go.
Hold on, be careful. Last time somebody threw that lead balloon out there, it turned out to be a great band. So be careful. When the Who said to Led Zeppelin, you'll sink like a lead balloon. Right? They turned out to be one of the greatest rock bands of all time. Don't be throwing them no lead balloons.
Okay. I'm going to round out. With that, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jeepers Panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.